Hello everybody, welcome to another painting stream here at youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. Goodness gracious, I am Johnny Chiodini. It's nice to be back. I hope you're all well. I'm sorry I didn't stream at all or do anything last week, but I was sick. Are you getting that? You are? That's so weird. There are no lights on my mic. Oh. Anyway, yeah, I was sick last week, which does not happen to me very often. So when it does happen, it hits me bloody hard. So that's what happened. Minute Elsa says the beard gone shorter. Yes, I cut off too much of my beard. At one point during being ill, I felt really just like horrible. I like caught myself in the mirror. I was like, because my hair was like, and my beard was all like, blah. So I started trimming, and then I was like, oh god, I've cut so much of this off. So this is the shortest my beard has been in about 10 years. I don't like it, but it's, thanks to the linear nature of time, it's going to come back. So anyway, yeah, I was off last week sick for most of it, and then other stuff got in the way, just, general life stuff, but I'm here now, so we can get back to the business of painting things and just generally hobbying. Hello to everybody watching. I hope you are all very well. Let me know what you're working on. I saw, who was it earlier? Somebody saying that it's not a stubborn project stream officially, but someone's got a bowl full of yarn, which sounds difficult to eat, frankly. So good luck. I hope it all goes well. Grand Moff Schnips is going to be stripping and servicing an airsoft rifle while listening in, which is pretty badass if you ask me. But anyway, right, yeah. Let me just put some music in my ears. What are we painting today? Well, amazingly, it's another Blood Bowl stream. Who knew that the game that has completely taken over my brain, Grumble, is the bowl of yarn. Watson, come here. Watson, come here. Come here. Watson. Watson, come here. Shh, 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 shh. Watson. That dog, she's getting worse at the door. Watson, come here. Watson. Where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Watson. Where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Come here. I'll be right back. Watson, come here. Come here. Come on. Oh, fuck you then. Anyway, right. Hi. Okay, I think we're good now. So, I've got an important Blood Bowl match coming up. I've got an important Blood Bowl match coming up. This is the box in which I keep my team, the Barrack Skylad Corsairs, and I've shown you these before. I painted these on stream, but this is actually I've picked up the team captain. This is team captain Bobson Dugnut, who is pretty. He's great. He's a blitzer with Dauntless. He's just absolutely brilliant. Anyway, I'm playing quite an. I'm in the semi-finals of our league. I was meant to play last week, but I was sick. But having looked at the relative team values between me and my opponent, because he's done so much better than me in the league, he's got bloody loads of. His team is worth a lot because he's upgraded all of his people. To gloss over the rules of Blood Bowl in general, but that means that I get to induce. I've got money for inducements, basically things that I can add to my team to level the playing field and make it a more even match. I could, for example, buy a Bloodwiser keg, which would make my my whole team more resilient. Basically, it means that they can recover faster if they get knocked out. or they have a better chance of recovery. But what you can also do with inducement money is induce star players. Now, this is where the title of the stream comes in, because I'm actually going to dip to the thanks screen. That's Grombrindal, the white dwarf, holding my head as a ball. And I can induce Grombrindal. I actually did this in the last match I played. I had to use a different model because I didn't have Grombrindal. I hate saying that word. I didn't have it. So I used a Joseph Bugman. This is too much detail. Basically, I can induce the same star player, but I've actually gone away and bought the miniature. So the miniature ordinarily looks like this. But this is a kit bash team that are basically sky dwarves. They've all got sort of these backpacks and swords, and kind of basically Arcanaut armor, because they live on big ships, like the big ship I was painting the other week in the last Stubborn Project stream. So what I've done is I've taken the white dwarf and I've sort of made him fly by sticking an Endrin on his back. Here he is. So there's the white dwarf. We're going to be painting him today. And he's got... This is normally just a clear plastic flight stand, but instead I moulded some putty onto it to kind of make it look like a smoke plume. So he's kind of going like over the game pitch. This is wildly impractical for a game of Blood Bowl, but I don't care. It's probably my last match in the season. I'm probably going to get knocked out, so I want to go out in style with this model. So that's today's mission. I'm playing my game on Wednesday. I will, of course, keep you updated, but we need to get this done before I can do that. But before we can start getting that done, we have a couple of super chats. CookieCat94 has done a super chat saying treats for Watson. Thank you very much. I don't think she's earned them, but she will receive them nonetheless, because she always does. And J-Dubs has done a super chat saying, good morning, Johnny. I work night shifts, so I rarely catch any live streams, but I wanted to drop by and say I adore your streams and your content, you lovely person, you. Oh, J-Dubs, that's really lovely. I hope the night shifts are treating you well, and that you indeed are well yourself. Thank you so much for the kind words. That's really bloody nice, especially since I had a shit week last week. So it's nice. It's just nice to hear. Nick Jeffrey's done a super chat saying, "Hi Johnny, just wanted to let you and the Skellies know that the operation I was going for last time you streamed went well, and my arm is healing well." Excellent, Nick. I'm really glad. Thank you so much for checking back home with this. I'm extremely glad that went well for you, because operations are scary. It turns out. And I'm glad that yours was a success. So, yeah, I hope the recovery's going really well. And I hope you're having a bloody lovely day. Excuse me while I just get some paints. That's Carrick Stone. That's not the one I want. I'll pick that paint up later. I don't need it for a while. So, all right. Nathaniel Levy says that dwarf stole an orc Stormboy's rocket, and I am all for it. It's actually... Do I still have the box? Yes, I do. Here we go. Basically, all I did... It was a super easy kit bash. I got an Endrin Master with a dirigible suit, and then I just took the dirigible and smashed it on there. So, but I love doing stuff like this. Just stupid shit with my team, basically. So... Right, I'm going to put Bobson Dugnut back in the team box, but just to show you one last time, this is the kind of colour scheme we're going for, which I actually based off the pilots of the Rebel Alliance in Star Wars, which, now I've mentioned it, should be fairly straightforward to see. So, lots of orange, some cream, sort of a dark brown on the trousers and the leathering details, that sort of thing. Mark Cohen says, still love those player names. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll give you the whole roster, because we've had some deaths in the league. We've got Horridin Tumbledown, Handlebar Grumbletash, Big Groins Hamilton, that's Groynes, like the groins at the seaside. Wilberforce Crunkleditz, Henry James Crunkleditz was his brother, but of course he was killed earlier in the season. Jervis Johnson, who's my runner. Formerly called Gennaro Gattuso, but I renamed him because it turns out Gattuso's a homophobe. Rutgard Thundershanks, he's one of my runners. He's actually been my top scorer this season, Rutgard Thundershanks. It's brilliant. Bobson Dugnut, the team captain, as I mentioned. Tito Sunderspear, he's a blitzer as well. Bogheck Hardhelm, Troll Slayer, Sigblad Ironjaw, and then the latest one was a journeyman, but then I hired him because he was playing well. It's called Yern Iman. So there we go. Will says, is it cheating to have the creator of Blood Bowl playing in your team? I don't know, he got knocked out last game, and I think he missed the rest of the match, so... You know, it's up to 50-50. I've got 3 more super chats to get through. Nick Jeffrey's done another super chat saying, I also wanted to say that the latest live ox venture with TDR, temporary dob replacement, was a hoot. You smashed it out of the park like always. Thank you very much. The one with Harry McIntyre from The Last Kingdom, it was great fun. He was such a sport. Like, he was really excited to be part of it, which was just so infectious and wonderful. It was lovely. And the first time we've ever had a guest on the Ox Venture. Timothy Thomas is on the super chat saying, hey Johnny, thanks to the advice of you and some of the Skelly pals, I've left a toxic workplace to a more kind and wholesome one. Wanted to say cheers. Timothy, that sounds like a great success. Like, genuinely a brilliant move. And I'm like, I can't imagine how scary it must have been, but you did it. And it seems like it's paid off, which is bloody brilliant. So genuinely, congratulations. That is awesome news. And then Sega Genesis says, after the New Ox Venture, I must ask Bisque for CWC, Cooking with Chiodini. After the New Ox Venture, I must ask for Bisque from Cooking with Chiodini. I think I can, yeah, because like I'm not allergic to lobster. I've just never had lobster bisque. I'm allergic to like mussels and mollusks basically. So like clam chowder I couldn't eat, but there's also the fact that I went vegan this year, but to be honest with you, that has gone on the back burner because it's been a weird few months, and turns out when I'm having an odd time, I just go back to eating whatever I like. Within reason, I'm not like, not eating cars or anything like that. But yeah, suffice to say at the minute, I am not a vegan. I hope to get back there soon, but we'll see. Sega Genesis just says, well, don't put those in there. Yes, I will not put... I'll hold the oysters for the bisque. That sounds like a good idea. Although for the original Chiodini's Kitchen, I did want to make something with oyster sauce, and I ate it. And I was like, I can't eat too much of this because I'm allergic. They called her Babylon on a super chat saying, recompense for Beeple costumes and barking Watson. Thank you very much. We're working hard with Watson on the whole barking thing. Like, in our old house, because we just lived right on the street, people would knock and she'd go bonkers, and we'd be trying to answer the door and also calm her at the same time. It was a losing battle. But now we live somewhere where there's actual, entry phones, as surely you've heard by now. We've got a chance to actually keep a lid on it. The thing is, we've had some friends drop round recently, so now she associates the door with exciting things. And it's fine if there are 2 of us free, but obviously I was sort of indisposed when the door went just then, which made it slightly harder. Let's see. I just need to pull up a reference image of Grombrindal. Grombrindal. Blood Bowl. I'm trying to work out if that's leg or trouser. Leg or trouser leg. Flesh leg. Flesh leg or trouser leg. That classic game. Let's see. Okay, that is just trouser leg. So the only flesh he's got... Okay, right. Cool. Oh, I'd love a 360 view of that. You know what? That's fine. Okay, good. Other note says, Hot Wheel bisque. I know, so tasty. Will says, leg or trouser is a much safer version of cock or ball. Never a truer word spoken. What an odd game that was. Slash is. I assume people still play it, but those days are over for me because I'm not at school anymore. But yes, an odd game, suffice to say. So anyway, how is everybody? There's 162 of you currently watching. Did you have a good weekend? Is your Monday going all right? What's the weather like out there? I feel like we're actually getting an autumn for the first time in bloody ages this year, at least in London. Went out for a walk with the dog earlier and genuinely stopped to take a picture of the leaves on my phone. And I thought, why am I doing this? I'm never going to look at this. I'm such a life tourist. And I did it anyway. Fuck off. My wife just muttered live, laugh, love from the other room. Fucking. Oransky32 asks the very reasonable question, what on earth was cock or ball? I'm gonna let chat deal with that one, to be honest. I don't fancy having someone clip out a lengthy explanation of the rules of cock or ball. I'm not quite there with the stream today. La 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 la. Oh, Jack Wood says I got my first commission request on Saturday. Congrats, Jack. That's amazing. I've only ever had one commission request. They wanted me to paint up everything in Scythe. So like all the mechs and all of the characters. And I costed it up, paying myself, I think, less than a £5 an hour. And I reckoned it would take me 16 hours to do to a decent standard. So I told them how much it would be, and they did not reply. So there we go. Oh, too cool for capes as we had a windstorm this weekend and lost most of the fall foliage. That's a shame. I like watching it sort of slowly descend. Okay. Squig orange, first time. Revolver Rock says that wasn't me, and was it? It was not me, and no. Me and at least would have replied to the message to say that's over my budget, but like I get it. Someone doesn't want to pay 80 quid for me to paint all of Scythe for them. It's more than the game costs, but also like if you want your stuff painted and painted well, give me some money, I guess. Cheerful Spiders on the super chat saying, welcome back. Hope you had a rest and are feeling better. Thank you, I am. Yeah, I slept, no joke, for almost an entire week. I had horrible muscle aches from like Monday through Thursday. Just felt awful, so I just slept all the time, the whole bloody week. And then on Friday I was well enough to go get tattooed. And then the weekend was a whole other thing. So, yeah, I've done a lot of sleeping recently, suffice it to say. So we are now just starting to block in Grombrindal's sort of like cloaky tabard thing that he wears, which is lovely and quilted. So hopefully we'll get some good texture out of that in a bit. Framed Mugshot has done a super chat saying, from a baby GM who recently learned firsthand how it feels to get massively derailed and is now even more impressed with your Oxventure patience. Thank you very much, Framed Mugshot. It's a strange thrill, isn't it, when someone absolutely banjaxes your lovely session and your lovely plans. It's part I can't believe you've done this, and part I'm so excited to see where this goes. It's yeah, it's a lot, especially the first time, but I've kind of got a taste for it now. But that could just be, me desperately trying to adapt to the chaos. Just, if I'm having fun, it's okay, right? A weird Stockholm syndrome. Oh. Oops. Semantic Poetry says, "Hi Johnny, spent all day writing about disability and actor network theory. Now rewarding myself with a cup of tea and chilled out painting streams." Oh yes. Congrats on knuckling down for the entire day. I've been trying to write more recently and it is challenging to keep it going. I've been sort of using the Pomodoro technique here and there. That's been useful. Oh shit, I haven't even told you about the Pom Bear technique. I don't think I've been live since I invented the Pom Bear technique, which is it's pretty great, to be honest with you. So at the minute I'm trying to do some writing. I'm not doing NaNoWriMo or anything, but I'm writing, working on a project, and I'm trying to do, a bit every day if I can, or at least keep my head in that space. So I'm thinking about it every day. And I was like, I had some time, and I thought I'll do some writing, but I was feeling a bit distracted, and I thought I need to distract myself. I need to trick myself into being engaged with this. How can I do that? And then I hit on an idea. I'm not sure if those of you in the States will be aware of Pom Bears, but Pom Bears are a type of crisp. They're like a potato-based, ready salted snack. Other flavours are available, but they're in the shape of little bears. I've got one bag left. So I'll get them during the break and I'll show you them. But they're like these little anthropomorphized bears that kind of smile at you and bizarrely have a belly button. And I thought to myself, they look judgy. So what I did was I lined up a dozen of them next to my laptop, staring at me like some sort of judgmental thieves gallery. And then every 50 words, I got to eat one until I had 600 words, and there were no bears left to judge me for not working. I actually got 1,000 words out of it because I kept forgetting to check my word count, and it worked pretty well. So the Pom Bear technique, unorthodox but effective. There you go. So Captain Sparklefist says, "I haven't had Pom Bears in ages. Now I want some." There you go. Oh, Dan Kelleher says, "A jury of your bears." Absolutely incredible. Will quite rightly says, "Johnny, are you sure you're doing okay, mate?" Not really, but I'm having fun with it. It's been a long year, hasn't it? Alex, the coolest Euchist, says, "Whatever works." Exactly. To be honest with you, I was sad I only put down 12 bears because I thought I had a bit more puff left. I mean, I did keep writing, but I wasn't, monstering judgmental bears every 50 words, which, took the sheen off a little bit. Alison Vassavara has done a super chat saying, "Johnny, why do cattle wear bells around their necks?" Because their horns don't work. Very good. Thank you for the super chat and for a genuinely lovely joke. Big into that. Cheerful Spider says, "This year has been the longest decade of my life for sure." It sounds about right. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, no, those are shoes, so those need to be leather. So we're just going to start picking out the sort of cream details on Grombrindal's armour, and just generally on his person. And then I do want to base coat his hair before we start working on the Endrin, because I think that's going to be a bit of a pig. Although I'm excited to finally try the bold titanium white from Pro Acryl that RV Dammit was kind enough to gift me. CookieCat94 has done another super chat saying, "I have a friend who writes songs about sewing machines." Oh, I could say he's a singer-songwriter. Oh, I didn't see that coming. I believed you. Scandinavian. Oh, God. Well played, CookieCat94. That one, yeah, no, that's just well played. Well done. Really pleased the people in the chat just typing cream. It's, you know what? It's a great colour. It's definitely going on the painting bingo card if I ever make one. Johnny starts painting something cream. So my plan was to stream it last week, but on Thursday I think I'm going to stream Let's Build a Zoo. I don't know if anyone's been playing it, but it's pretty special. It's a zoo building game with a morality system, where like you get choices. Like for example, someone's like, "Sure, you've got geese, but what if I painted one and added papier-mâché stuff to make it look like a peacock?" And you can choose to do that, and it will mean that people, are fooled and enjoy your zoo, but obviously that's immoral. And some of the choices are hilarious, and some of the choices are genuinely a bit like, I don't know about that. I've refused a lot of them, but I did agree to let somebody taxidermy a dead lion into a robotic version. So I've got like a robo lion that lives in my zoo. It's very, very funny. So that'll make for an interesting stream on Thursday, because I'm going to start a new save, and I'm going to let chat make all the decisions on the morality system. It does impact things. Like if you've got good morality, then you can start doing things like building wind turbines. So you don't actually have to pay the electricity company for your power, and you get a good eco rating in the game and all that kind of stuff, which affects various factors. But if you have a negative morality system, you can't do that. But you can do things like if your zoo is rated poorly enough, you can start stealing electricity from the grid. So there are advantages to going down either path, to be honest with you. And I can't wait to see which path chat leads me. It's going to be the immoral one, isn't it? We're going to basically do it. Fuck off, fly. Do everything that we shouldn't be doing, which is the thing. Yasmin Warrior says, "Don't let chat decide. We'll just cause chaos. We'll cause chaos just for the puns." I know. I knew what I was signing up for, but it's not my main save file. Like, I haven't completely lost my sense of reason. I'll still have a game to enjoy when I'm not live. Stay away from my lovely normal save file. You horrible goblins. Okay, it's going to need a second coat of cream, almost certainly. Let's think about I'll start thinking about the engine a bit more. Trying to work out which bits to do cream and which bits to do orange. I think the main, I'm going to block this in now. I think the main body will do orange. So that means sort of this band will be cream. And if that's orange, that means that's going to be cream. So you can sort of see where it's coming together, which means that the wings here should be cream. Has the word cream lost all meaning for you yet? And then, so the jetpack I am going to do just fully cream, because that's how I do all of them with that. Okay, cool. Right, I'm going to do a second coat of cream on the torso-y bits I've already picked out. But then I'm not actually going to start on the engine until we've done the hair. Other Nought says goblin skeletons? That's a thought. Like, it doesn't feel like very often you see skeletons of like other creatures in fantasy depictions, you know? Like, sure, maybe like a bone hydra or or what have you. But like animated skeletons, they're almost always human. What would a goblin skeleton look like? A goblin with no flesh, probably. I mean, logically, but like, it's kind of intriguing. I might play around with that in the Oxventure. Oh yeah, CookieCat94 says, planning on playing Jurassic Park Evolution 2. Yeah, I didn't realise it was out. And then I was like, oh, okay. I kind of wasn't ready for it to be out yet. So I think it might take me a while to get around to it, but I do like the idea. Dan Kelleher says, Off-White Dwarf. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Making a bold claim, Skull and Boots says, goblins are supported by a system of gas-filled sacks. So that's good to know. Okay. All right. It's nice to be working on just one figure for a little while, because I've got my work cut out for me. I invested, shall we say, in Red Harvest, the new box of Warcry for, well, it's Warhammer game, Warhammer Warcry. And that's so much terrain, it's unbelievable. It took me 6 hours to put all of it together, I think. Oh wow, Hannah Axelson says, I recently saw an image of undead centaurs and it was delightfully creepy. Goodness me. Minute L says, have the 60 skellies ever been defined as 60 human skeletons? I kind of feel like yes, but I don't. I bet you I probably never said they were all human. I don't know. Jack Wood says, have you built the beefcakes? Not yet. I only finished building the terrain last night. It took me like one evening. I spent about 3 hours the first night, and then probably another 3-4 hours yesterday doing it. So people are asking if exoskeletons count. That's a good point. Can necromancers? I don't see why not, because necromancy is about bringing the dead back to life. And it's just that skeletons are more reliable than flesh. RV Dammit says dragon's teeth skeletons are human shaped. Yeah, true. I mean, if we want to get all Ray Harryhausen about this. Also, hello RV Dammit. Here we go. It's finally happening. Bold titanium white from Pro Acryl, which I've been told is, I haven't taken the seal off, have I? Is a superb white paint. Thomas M says, weren't the 60 skeletons all builders? Correct. And I don't recall it being said they were necessarily human. I could be wrong. So yeah, in life they served Ethel Frith the Builder. In my head they're human. That's the way I've always pictured them. But then why? Challenge your assumptions, Johnny. Okie dokie. Lid back on. Goch Van Gogh has done a super chat saying, hi, when you D&D homebrew D&D, do you plan / build the general details of the world at the start of the campaign, or do you build it along the way? Specifically with the Oxventure, I did not do any planning whatsoever, because the very first session we were working on the assumption that it was a one-off, and if it went very, very well, we would carry on. Obviously, it's been 5 years now, I think, nearly. And we're still at it. So I built as I went along. But if I am home brewing stuff, I sketch out a good number of the details for myself. And to be honest, like, that's not even stuff that I then feed back to the players each time. Wow, this white is good. That is good coverage. Wow. Look at that. Look at that go on. So it's not like I give people a presentation at the start and I'm like, the world is like this. I sketch a very basic picture for them. But I like to have details in my own head about incidental stuff, like what the streets seem like and, what money is called and things like that, because it helps me. It means that, if somebody asks me a question about the world, I don't have to be like, I haven't thought about that, and then come up with what feels right. I like to have sort of enough of a picture built in my head that if somebody asks me something I haven't thought about, I can still very quickly make a decision based on sort of like inference, like based on what makes sense given the rest of the world. Like for example, right, let's say someone's just spent 10 minutes describing to you like an orc encampment in their own homebrew world. So they're describing orcs to you and sort of defining them and being like, like these are hearty warriors and, rah, 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 rah. And someone goes, what are they for lunch? You'd pretty quick, you very, very swiftly be like, loads of meat and stuff. So it's just about being confident enough in the world to fill in the blanks, basically. So I just try and establish a mood in my head, and there we go. Look at this! Look at this! I'm not even... I mean, I'm still... It's going to take me a while to get used to the consistency of this, but... Because it's kind of slid off a few bits, but... No, this is bloody great for coverage. RV, damn it. Give yourself a pat on the back, because this is revolutionary. Wow! I may have thinned this down a bit too much, because it is kind of sliding off a little bit. But, even thinned down, this is giving great coverage. Like, that's one coat. Very good. How does it taste? No. Wraith Shadowheart has done a super chat saying I got Elite Dangerous because of the last stream. Already got a little boat and headed out to find things. Got my name on a little moon others missed. Yes, please, Wraith Shadowheart. That's great news. I dipped back in to Elite last weekend because I had a great time. And then when I was sick, I didn't play anything, actually. Well, I played a lot of Animal Crossing, actually. But this is the first time I've sat down at my desk for any length of time in like a week. So I do kind of want to get back to doing some of that sweet space trucking. This is preposterous. Absolutely, that's a ridiculous paint. It's on a very, very wet palette. So next time I think I will either put it on a slightly drier bit or just not add water to it. But this is great. Hear a vaguely suspicious noise coming from the rest of the flat. Scott Perkins says the first Oxventure episode came out on the 8th of September 2017. Wow. So 4 years. Corvus Albright has done a super chat saying, Jaeger bomb, a haiku. Drop the charge and pray. Spike your productivity. Jaeger bomb is life. They're getting more and more creative, I have to say. Very impressive. Actually, while I was sick, funnily enough, I didn't really drink anything, so I've been off booze of all kinds for a little while. Well, I had a beer last night, but it's quite nice, really, sort of taking a little break. This paint's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's struggling a little bit to stay together because I've thinned it too much, but even so, the coverage is great. Rach H says, I started playing Elite Dangerous last night. Took more time to reconfigure the controls than it did to do anything else. That sounds like Elite Dangerous, all right. Welcome aboard, Commander. Come on, stay on the model. Stay on the model. Don't go patchy on me. This is absolutely ridiculous and very exciting. I really like that this kind of venerable, sort of very famous dwarf. I mean, the dwarf that gives the magazine White Dwarf its name, for crying out loud, has basically Super Saiyan hair. It's great. Mancoy says, happy to report that the nice paper I stole from the office works very well for calligraphy. Congratulations. Grumble says, I'm through my bowl of yarn off for seconds. Delicious. Lovely roughage. Well done, Grumble. Hannah Axelson says, speaking of D&D, what do you call a paladin who has taken an oath of silence? Silent night, holy night. Nice. Getting in early with the festive jokes, I see. Although I do know people who have got their trees up now, so that's not quite my style. I think last year we put our tree up on Christmas Eve, so we'll do a bit earlier this year. But yeah. There we go. That's better. That's not overly thinned. Wow. Lovely. This paint's brilliant. Just slapping it on there. And this is white over a black undercoat as well, so it's doubly impressive that it's going down this well on the model. I'll stop banging on about this one paint soon. That's a lie. I talk about cream every single week. Pale sand, excuse me, from Vallejo. Please, Vallejo, sponsor me with your pale sand. Other Naught says, decorate the tree with pumpkins, hide eggs under it, never have to do anything for a holiday ever again. There's certainly a logic to that, isn't there? Jack Wood says, I refuse to accept Christmas until the 7th of December. Interesting. I mean, I don't disagree, but why the 7th specifically, Jack? Because it's about that time as well that I find it okay. I mean, the 1st of December, I let fly with my Christmas playlist to start getting myself into the mood, but I'm still not. I wouldn't say I'm keen to smack up decorations immediately the second it becomes December. I'd think the 7th, maybe a bit later, maybe the 10th or the 15th for me. Boyle says 12th of December, my dad's birthday. After that, we can do Christmas. Yeah, fair. Like, that's one for me as well. Like, my mum's birthday is in late November, so like the idea of like thinking about Christmas before then is like, no, why would I? Obviously, Americans have it sort of slightly different because Thanksgiving, traditionally you put the decorations up after that, right? Is that a thing? Or has popular culture lied to me all these years? Ooh. First Saturday in November is when people start around here. Cookie Cat 94, no. Come on. Checkerbeard says, this tradition I've picked up from Sheffield folkies is that after Remembrance Sunday for starting carols. Wait, so you're on it now? Like you're on that carol wagon already, Checkerbeard. Impressive. Too early for me, but who am I to tell you how to celebrate the season of goodwill, etc., etc. Honestly, this paint has taken one of the most tedious chores in miniature painting and made it a piece of piss. Absolutely ludicrous, so it is. Oops, sorry, I'm painting off camera again, aren't I? Davy Jones is on Super Chat saying, I work at a bookstore and we used to celebrate our Christmas party on the 24th of July because there was no time in December. Yeah, that's a very common thing here, actually, is that bars will have their Christmas parties like mid to late January because it's quieter then, and there's just no time otherwise. Retail and service workers, December's hard. In December I become almost too I was about to say almost too nice, but that's not a thing. Almost aggressively nice to retail workers. I'm like, how are you doing? Can I bring you anything? An isotonic sports drink, a pillow to scream into, etc., etc. My favourite is when you ask somebody if they're okay at the Disney store and you get a little yeah, because obviously as cast members, not employees, cast members, they're meant to be constantly rosy, which is why I don't think I'm cut out for work in a Disney store, if I'm perfectly honest with you. A guy I went to school with ended up working in the Disney store, and he told me that customers are not customers, they're guests. And if you refer to somebody as a customer, saying there's a customer in the back of the shop who could do with your help, it means they're a shoplifter. So God knows what shoplifter means in a Disney store. Probably murderer. Or, actual demon. Revolver Rock says, just get a part as Grumpy the Dwarf. Thank you very much. Sorry. Okay. Oh, fucking hell. Nearly just daubed some orange on the White Dwarf's beard there. That would have been a mistake. Okay, while that white sort of dries and settles, I'm going to touch up some of this orange. And then we might actually start blocking in the orange on the Endrin. I think that's a good idea. This is going to take a few coats. I was a bit worried that this miniature wouldn't take 4 hours, but you know what? I don't think I'm going to have a problem spending the entire stream doing it. Damn this thing. Alright, get comfy, Johnny. Where are you going? If we're painting here, that's fine, but let's angle that down a touch. Reset the focus, and the dwarf should be in shot a lot more now. Brian Shona has done a super chat saying, my brother used to work for Disney and he had a copy of the Disney drinking oath on his fridge. Too long to post here, but I'll put it in Discord. All right. Gosh. Patreon.com/Johnny Chiodini if you want to join the Discord, I guess. That sounds fascinating. If you want to know what the Disney drinking oath is, then sign on up. And if you're a lawyer from the House of Mouse, just leave us alone. Okay. Damn it. Did it again. Right, got some water. Okay. Paint, paint, paint. That's what we like to do. I feel like I always talk absolute nonsense in the last hour of a stream. But it really feels like I've jumped straight into that sort of purple hazy zone immediately today. So apologies for that. I feel like I'm absolutely just right now. Let's get some more squig orange out. Fucking hell, we've been live for nearly an hour? Wow, okay. It's funny, I mean, I haven't even closed the blinds for this stream. It's, yeah, it's dark before 5 p.m. 'Tis autumn winter, all right. Which, to be honest, I don't mind, but I'm appreciative that a lot of other people struggle with it. So I hope you're all doing okay. My time to be upset about the season is spring and summer. Dr. Brangar says, call the haziness a hangover from being unwell. Yeah, probably. I do feel a little... I mean, it feels like a million years since I last streamed. Funny how time goes. Because, I mean, God, it's nearly 2022. And yet, here we are. That made no sense. Daniel Winecrest says, hey, Johnny. Sorry I haven't been around for a while. Been busy with life. How are you? Do not apologise, Daniel. Life gets in the way. And it's always lovely to have people here, but there's no expectation that they have to turn up. So absolutely do not worry. I'm doing all right, thank you. Weird week last week. Long year in general for everyone, I think. But we are doing okay. We're slapping some paint on a vaguely kit-bashed version of Grombrindal, the White Dwarf, who hopefully is, well, yeah, no, I can say it. Hopefully he'll help lead me to victory on Wednesday in the semi-finals of our Blood Bowl League, which would put me in the final, funnily enough, against a Skaven team. So I'm playing against... Are they Necromantic Horrors? I think they are. Or is it... No, it's the Shambling Undead. So mummies are a big problem. In fact, the last time I faced this team, one of my players died under the boots of a mummy. R.I.P. Henry James Crunkleditz. But Grombrindal is great at helping you take down bigger and stronger opponents. So this flying dwarf right here is hopefully going to be my ace in the hole. We will see. But I think the guy I'm up against on Wednesday has only lost one game this whole season. So there's no shame in defeat, certainly. I certainly was not the person to beat him last time, so... But, of course, I will let you know how it goes. So I square off against Tom Bell, star of stage and screen, who played Prashi in Star Wars, an alien. from a canteen. A chartreuse goose says, I think I nodded off for 20 minutes with headphones on. Hi, sleepy. It sounds like it. Very, very glad I didn't hit my thumb or anything that would make me scream, because that would be a horrible way to wake up. Welcome back, a chartreuse goose. Go back to sleep if you want to. Don't know why I deliberately tried to make my voice more sort of smooth and lilting then, but there we go. Silver Sword EN says, speaking of life getting in the way, I better go back to work. Nice to see you all. Take care. We'll watch back the rest later. Take care, Silver Sword. I hope the rest of work goes very smoothly and pleasantly. And if you're watching this in the future, welcome back. Let's clean the brush off. It's a fairly smooth orange. I'll do cream on the rest. Cream, cream, cream. Cheerful Spider says, I for one would be fully here for bedtime stories with Chiodini. I'm thinking about, just for shits and giggles, reading out the entirety of A Christmas Carol for Christmas stuff. Just lumping it up as a couple of hours long video. What colour did I need? It's brown. Don't know if anyone would actually enjoy that, but it might be fun. I've never read A Christmas Carol, so 2 birds, 1 stone, really. Right, hang on. Oof. There you are, Dryad Bark. Great. People are saying, yes, please do it. Okay, great. That was easy. I will do that then. Frank Rodriguez says, what kind of reading? Like grandiose reading or ASMR reading? Probably not ASMR reading, but not necessarily. Oh no, Dryad Bark, don't die on me. Don't dry out. Dry out. Wouldn't be like proper, like, you know, ASMR, but it would be. I'm not going to put on a pair of tights and start roaring, if that's what you mean. Somewhere in the middle. Mark Kerwin says, do Muppets Christmas Carol. I could. I'm practically word perfect on that film. Because it's brilliant. What colour did I... Sorry, I actually need to get the team back out. Hey, Burrito's on Super Chat saying, I thought you were going to say you'd read Marx's Dash Capital for bedtime stories. Would have been tentatively on board. How are you doing, Johnny? I'm alright, thank you. It's good to see you as ever, Burrito. Okay, right. I know what I'm doing now. Jeffel Spider's on another Super Chat saying, my favourite part in A Christmas Carol is when Dickens throws serious shade at the US economy. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. That sounds pretty good. As long as it's not as harrowing as The Jungle, because that book was, oh wow, so heavy. And more aimed at the US meatpacking industry, to be honest with you. But, you know, potato, potato. Okay, I'm actually going to, yeah, I'm going to do your boots cream, because you're wearing brown trousers. So there. Turns out there are no rules. Oopsie. Well, that was clumsy, but I'll go back over it. Great news, everyone. Grombrindal has a little codpiece under there. Well, maybe not a codpiece, but there's certainly a wee little bulge up his trousers. There we go. The science boy says, "Is Das Kapital in public domain?" You have to assume so, right? I would assume so. Maybe we should. Maybe in May. Maybe just at the start of May. Give that a little read. Chaos says, "Just notice you have the PO box set up. Expect a very silly shoulders man soon." Interesting. Yes, I do have a PO box set up. Finally, after a lot of people asked for quite a long time. I can share details if people do want it, but don't go bananas. Basically, I've mostly set it up because it's useful to have a legitimate business address that isn't just my home address. So yeah. The science boy said it would be hilarious if it was not, and Checklebeard says it would be a weird book not to be public domain. To be honest, yeah, I mean, of all there would be a weird irony to that, wouldn't there? Dan Keller has said, "Marx died 140 years ago. I reckon you're okay on copyright." Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Just going to lay down a quick second coat on the old hair and beard. There are some bits back here that are a little untidy. A Bisqueness address. Please don't send me bisque. Please do not send me bisque. I'm not a proud person at the best of time, but I am begging you not to fucking post me bisque. God, what if my neighbour took in some bisque for me? I've taken in a package. It's a bit wet and it stinks. Mancoy says, "Good rule of thumb is always, is it older than Mickey Mouse? Then you're probably fine. Copyright law now exists entirely for the mouse." That makes a lot of sense. Thing that always gets me is that obviously, like a lot of classical music is in the public domain, but then recordings are subject to copyright. So you got to be careful. Oh, bloody hell. A Chartreuse Goose has done a super chat saying, "Don't take offence to my napping during your stream." Absolutely no offence taken. You live your life. Naps are brilliant. I bloody love them. I would never get offended at somebody else for having a nap. But continues, "Have some of my working 13 hours every day of COP26 money." Or was it COP26? I've never said it out loud until this point. That's a lot of time each day for a whole conference to be working. No wonder you had a nap. You bloody deserve one, a Chartreuse Goose. Thank you very much for sharing the money with me. That feels undeserved of me, to be honest, but I very much appreciate it. I hope you rest up soon. Frank Rodriguez says in the super chat, "Come on, Johnny, you should know. Don't ask the internet not to do something, as your new mailing address will be chock full of bisque forever." I did momentarily forget about the Streisand effect there, didn't I? I mean, I was begging. Hopefully that'll count for something. Probably not. Yep, I've probably just really done myself in there, haven't I? Ho hum. Right, I'm just going to paint the American football that is in the White Dwarf's hand. Oh, I didn't even... Okay. Completely missed painting this gauntlet here. It's meant to be cream. I'll do that in a bit. Emma Venton says, what about Bisquick? That got me. That was really good. Very good. What about Bisquick? I haven't had Nesquik in years. Is it still good? Was it ever? I kind of feel like it was. But then I was a child, so... Well, what did I know? Okay. Let's paint his little helmet here. Behave. Chat, behave. That is too watered down. Kimberly Allen is in the chat. Says, hello everyone, how are you all doing today? Doing alright, Kimberly, thank you very much. Wait, is Bisquick actually a thing? Wait, Bisquick cannot actually be a thing, right? It is a thing? What? No, come on. It's a... I'm Googling this. They called her Babylonist in a super chat saying, would baked apple butter, brackets, allspice, nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves, honey, brandy, be P.O. box appropriate? I think, to be honest with you, I kind of would ask people not to send me edible things. Bisquick. Especially not Bisquick. It is. It's pancake mix. I thought it was literally powdered bisque. It's nothing to do with bisque. Thank you, everyone. Fucking hell. Oops. Do not get me wrong, they called her Babylon. I really appreciate the super chat and the offer for what sounds like absolutely delicious butter. But yeah, I would rather people didn't send me edible things just because they're, you know, perishable, etc., etc. So, Gary Cook says in a super chat, hi Johnny, my girls have said you not being at Oxventure Live means I have to take them again next time. So thanks for that, with two crying, laughing emotes. Yeah, sorry, sorry about that. Unfortunately, you know, something came up and I had an emergency to tend to, unfortunately. But sorry, not sorry that you're going to have to take your girls to another live Oxventure. I mean, I did at least write the adventure, so that's something. I was really looking forward to running that one, actually. I thought it was going to be very, very funny. But by all accounts, Luke smashed it out of the bloody park. So I'm very much looking forward to watching it back, because it will be the first time I've ever actually seen somebody run something I've written. And I think that would be a lot of fun. Dan Kelleher says, how about an orange t-shirt with cream, cream, cream written on it in cream Comic Sans? Oh, God. Please stop suggesting cursed things to post me. Oh, no. Was the P.O. box a mistake already? I'm actually now slightly sad that Bisquick isn't a thing for bisque. Instant bisque. Because, like, powdered soup's a thing. You know, like cup of soup and all that. Grombrindal, you've got big eyebrows. I fucked up painting them. La 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 la. Okay, I'll come back to those. That's quite poor, actually. Right. Back to the cream. Sailing cases, is sweet chili sauce an acceptable thing to post you? Absolutely not. Get that shit away from me. Bloody sweet chili sauce. Good thing my friends aren't watching this, otherwise he'd never let me hear the end of it. Okay. God, there's a lot to block in on you, isn't there, Grombrindal? You got lots of little bits, like feet, limbs, clothes. I mean, my fault for sticking an Endrin on you, which is bigger than you as a model, but come on. There you go, one cream boot. Yeah. Christopher Needham says, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skulls thrown, bisque for the bisque. Please don't. I don't know why that made me laugh so much. Oh, God. For the Emperor. I think part of the reason I laughed so hard at bisque for the PO box is that I'm listening to Ave Maria by Schubert right now. It really added something. Just really, really, really got me there. Won't do that for too long, lest I get DMCA'd. Claire de Bear says, what's the best thing you ever got in the post, Johnny? Oh, God. Don't make me choose. One of the more memorable ones was when I got sent a deck of cards inside a Snapple bottle, which I still have somewhere, actually. Where is that? It was just a Snapple bottle, completely intact glass bottle, with a deck of cards in the box in cellophane. Just chilling out in there. I did work out how it was done in the end, but nonetheless, it was still just a really beautiful object, really, really striking. So that was pretty cool. I actually got sent like six of them. So I think I think the Eurogamer team had been given one at EGX, and I was so impressed that they just sent loads more, which was nice because I then went and gave one to Christian Donlan, and he was delighted with it, which was nice. Emma Benton says, how and why and how again. I will not tell you for why, Emma. Sorry, I'll not tell you how, but why. It was gorgeous, and it was just like, it was just cool. It's just like a magic trick you could just pick up and look at. Got a bit more water. Oh. My water bottle is empty. I'll fill that in a bit. All right. Everyone now talking about what they're having for dinner in chat? I haven't decided yet. It might be gnocchi with homemade chili pesto. Okay then. Just heard a soft yay from the other room. Oh, music's still coming through a little. Thanks, Jackwood. There we go. Grumble says, and for dessert, a bowl of yarn. Zega Genesis says, sweet chili pasta? No, Zega Genesis. Why are you like this? Oof. It's fun painting this little thin band. Sure, it's going to be alright. Martin C says, gnocchi is potato sadness. No, no, no. It's delicious. What are you talking about? A, it's very hard to make sad potato. Potato is great in almost all of its forms. But also it's just brilliant. It's like potatoes or pasta. You don't even have to choose. It's both. Chaos says gnocchi are the hovercraft of carbohydrates. I enjoyed that. That was good. Reset the focus. Okay. Block in this bit. I'm going to sort of block in a bit more cream on this model, and then we're going to go for a break slightly early today because I've run out of water and I could do with going to the toilet. It's fascinating, isn't it? Don't say I don't give you the blistering, most exciting updates. Oh god, that was clumsy. I'll fix that later. Uneven coverage as well. But you can sort of start to see this thing taking shape. Like, that's all going to be white, and then white, and cream, and cream under there, and, you know, he's getting there, isn't he? I'll Grombrindal the white dwarf. Let's just get the underside of this little wing, fin, whatever it is, thing. And then we'll go for a little break. Do we want the whole thing to be white? We'll try. We'll see. Yeah. Well, actually, we'll do those tiny little bits orange rather than the whole chunk there. That'll be nice. Good, good, good. Mabel Teacher says, cream and cream and cream and cream. Is that a League of Gentlemen reference? Lines and lines and lines and lines. All right. Tony Doak has done a super chat saying, by cream, do you mean Pale Sand the Inescapable? I do. Pale Sand from Vallejo. This delightful little bastard. It's great. It's one of my favourite paints of all time, I think. Which is why I've sort of got into the habit of putting it on every model I do. Did a Nurgle team recently? Cream. Did this? Cream. Painted a Goblin team? Cream. Did a Vampire team? Cream. For bone armour. Oh god. Yeah, like fully half of my Blood Bowl teams that I've got have pale sand as a major part of the colour. I mean, my 40k army is pretty cream. So, do I have a problem? No. Do I have a fixation? Absolutely. But yeah, pale sand. It's great. Not sponsored by Vallejo, but there's still time. Right, let's go for a little break. Let's take 5. We'll take 5, and I'll come back because hydration is important. But one of the side effects of hydration, of course, is urination. So I'll leave you with that thought. Do your thing for 5 minutes, and we'll come back. Oh yeah, look at that. We're back. Hi. How was your break? Mine was good. I ate an easy peeler. And I got some water. And also a whiskey. Grumble says there was so much urine talk. Oh. Okay. Good. Or not good. I don't know. Wendy Forecast says, what's an easy peeler? Michael Blatherwick says it's a type of potato. It's like a tangerine. It's a type of small orange. They're very nice. And I fancy a little sugary boost. It's been a friggin' rough few days. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're back. We've got some Vallejo Pale Sand on the go. Oh, look at that. Turns out I've still got the package from Grombrindal and the black gobbo, so I could have used that as reference material. How fascinating. Claire de Bear says, Johnny, how's your hand doing? It's fine. It's healed. It needs a touch up, but it's all good. The Paul is Abstract has done a super chat saying, I was wondering if you have a character you've played in a TTRPG who feels like a real person to you. It's my naive necromancer Isadora for me. Yeah, a few actually. My first ever character, Edgar Salas, only lasted 4 sessions and then got killed, but still feels very real to me. I actually reprised him once in a one-shot and he got killed again, which was interesting and weirdly vindicating. It's like, no, he was just too audacious to be left alive. And then there's a character I played for 3.5 years. It's hard for that not to sort of take hold. That was Captain Silas Pullo in A Game of Fading Suns. And the character I am currently playing in a campaign of Deadlands Hell on Earth, who's a teenage boy called Judah, who started out as like a down on his luck kid who'd had to survive and had learned to shoot, to like hunt things and to you know, fend off beasts while he was sort of living off the land. And then, you know, but he never killed a person, and then he had to kill a man, and oh god, it was a horrible moment for him because he was such a sweet, naive kid. Now he's genuinely going off the rails, not in a way that I'm planning. He's a loose cannon, and because he's so good at shooting, he kills everything, and it's kind of it's changing him. He feels very real, and I'm very worried about him. Thank you very much for the super chat, the Paul is Abstract. I've got a super chat from Scott Perkins, who says, fun times today, an anxiety attack followed by a seizure, and then the bright idea to consider withdrawing my DB application. Not that I fancy my chances. Thankfully it passed. Thanks, awful mentally draining job and awful brain. That sounds like one hell of a day, Scott. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds rough. I'm very glad that you didn't withdraw your application, though. Just, you know, keep it in there. I hope it goes well. And yeah, I hope you have a better rest of the day than you've had thus far. I'm sorry to hear it. And Timothy Thomas has done another super chat saying, I have to know what whiskey you like. I love Glenfiddich. Glenfiddich's great. I am a big fan of Islay whiskies, so really smoky peaty ones like Lafroig. And what's that bloody one? Wow, my brain's screwed. That's the one that Ron Swanson likes. Lagavulin. That's brilliant. But I also really like Speyside whiskies. Sort of like brighter ones. They're delicious too. I would say Lafroig is sort of up there as one of my favourite whiskies. I also quite like a bourbon. I like Woodford Reserve. But yeah, I would say Islay whiskies are my favourite. Although on Halloween, a friend and I just drank quite a bit of Jura together. That's a very nice whiskey. That goes down very well. It's nice and smooth. Unlike this cream that I'm laying down, because this is going to require a few coats, I think. Oh, God. A couple more super chats. Bloody hell. Scott Perkins has done another super chat saying all of that to say thank you for being a calming and overall inspiring person to so many. I hope you're feeling better now to attempt painting with ultra shaky hands. Good luck, Scott. Thank you very much for the super chat and the kind words. That's really, really lovely. And yeah, good luck on the old painting. Just put your wrists together. That generally helps me, and I tend to rest my little finger on something. So like painting like that is generally how it works for me. But then again, I've never had to try painting with ultra shaky hands. So I hope it goes well. Either way, lots of love to you, and thank you again for the super chats and the very, very kind words. Burrito has done another super chat saying thoughts on Elden Ring from thoughts on Eldest Ring from Believe in Color Now. What's that? I thought you were asking me about Elden Ring. I haven't actually looked at any of the coverage anyone's produced yet. I know an embargo went up and people are sort of trying out the beta for themselves, but I haven't had a look. I really ought to. Let's have a look. What is Eldest Ring from Believe in Color Now? Believe in Color Now. Eldest Ring. What is this? The place to get a bespoke engagement ring made in London. I think there's something missing here. There's something I'm not understanding. Alex B says, have you tried Peat Monster, Johnny? It's very well peaty. I think so. Or maybe it's... No, I tried Smokehead. I've not tried Peat Monster. I was asking about Elden Ring. I was joking. Sorry, Burrito. I'm clearly not with it today. Elden Ring, yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, it seems brilliant. Basically, I've had some, like, I asked Aoife what she thought, and she was like, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And that's, I'm sold. That's enough for me. Bizarrely, I'm kind of a bit slow off the mark with playing From Software releases now that I'm not doing them with Aoife for work. I mean, I'll probably make a series of me playing through Demon Souls. So I haven't started that yet, because obviously I want to start it on camera. But I haven't tried Sekiro. But yeah, I would like to try Elden Ring. Well, yeah, it is Elden Ring. We'll see how it goes. Oh, my brain. Oh, Burrito was also commenting on how From Software usually uses really drab colour palettes. All right, let's try the super chat again. Thoughts on Eldest Ring from Believe in Color Now? Yes, I understand now. Elden Ring from Software, who previously did not believe in color. Burrito, I did your super chat a disservice there. It was a good super chat. Sorry about that. Yeah, how about that? With all the color in the things. It's nice. It's nice that they're sort of taking a bold creative direction. When, let's face it, I think they could have stuck with the sort of muted colour palettes and people would have been perfectly happy. That's what I reckon anyway. But I'm just one person chatting nonsense while painting a dwarf. So, who is messaging me? What is going on? It's my neighbour. I'm also getting pinged quite a lot from the Blood Bowl League I'm a part of, because we are gearing up for a one day Blood Bowl tournament for Christmas. We're calling it the Yule Ball. And everyone's specking up their teams now according to the team creation rules that we've gone with. I don't know who I'm playing yet. I'm not going to field my dwarves, but I don't know what team to put forward. But I'm sure looking forward to finding out. It's only in a few weeks. Although, what's that going off in my ears? Windy Forecast says, I have to go get a COVID test soon. I really, really don't want to. They are so unpleasant. I am very bad at doing those. I always gag and I always do an enormous sneeze, but it's worth it for the peace of mind, I find. But yeah. My sympathies. Good luck with the old tonsil swabbing. Oh, Will just lost half a hobnob in their tea. It's not what you want. Ideally, you want plenty of tea in your hobnob, but no hobnob in your tea. Skills Loading is on a super chat saying, for the much needed injection of chill today, also for your amazing supportive Skelly pals who were amazingly helpful when I posted a sheet of A4 about my Mindscape at 3 a.m. Thank you again, Skelly pals. Thank you very much, Skills Loading, for the super chat and for the kind words about what I agree is a very supportive community. It is nice that people feel comfortable coming forward with that stuff when they're having a difficult time. So thank you, Skills Loading, for sharing, and for the trust. But it's also just nice when people are there to give decent advice. It is good, and I like it. Windy Forecast says, what's a hobnob? Oh, goodness me, a hobnob is a top-tier biscuit. In the British sense of a biscuit, not sort of like, and gravy American biscuit. It's basically just an oaty delightful biscuit. Sometimes you get them dipped in chocolate, and or half dipped in chocolate, and they are god tier. Absolutely superlative biscuits. Titan Uranian says a hob is a male ferret. Also very true. So when my my then girlfriend, now wife, and I, we used to have ferrets. They were glorious little bastards, and I mean they were little bastards. They lived to be 8.5, which was for ferrets is incredible. That's like living to 140. They were mischievous, as ferrets tend to be, but they came from Stoke-on-Trent, and they had been bred for rabbiting. So we went and picked them up from this house where they had sort of all the nets and all the accoutrement of taking a ferret to a rabbit warren, putting it down and letting it flush out all the rabbits, so you catch them in the net, and yada, 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 you've got rabbits. And we had asked them to keep 2 hobs for us because we wanted 2 males. And we turned up, and they gave us the ferret that would become known as Hungry Joe, who was the sweetest, most gorgeous, like delightful, even-tempered, cuddly ferret you would ever want to meet. He was absolutely wonderful. And then they had a look again in the hutch where they're being kept, and they only had gills left. And they were like, "Oh shit, we were meant to save you 2 hobs." We were like, "Yeah." They were like, "Oh, we've only got the one." Hang on a minute. And he walks over to his garden fence and calls a name. He's like, "Jim." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Got any hobs?" And they go, "Yeah." And they pick up a ferret, and over the fence, never saw the actual man, just saw this hand emerge with this little teeny tiny brown and white marked sausage of a ferret. And we saw him and we gasped because he was stunning. I'm talking like absolutely beautiful. One of the still one of the most striking ferrets I have ever seen. He was absolutely gorgeous. And he was a little bastard. He was, my God, like, I mean, Hungry Joe was raised to catch rabbits. Navidson, as we called him, was raised to slaughter them. He was so bitey and ferocious and just like full of beans in a like he could be hyperactive in a vindictive way. He was so much trouble. Like at several points while we had them, we were like, "Oh my God, can you imagine if they just kept 2 hobs for us like we'd asked? Life wouldn't be a third as difficult as it is right now." But they didn't. And so over the fence, "You got any obs?" comes Navidson. And oh my God. He was the nice witches in chat and says all rodents are and weasels are agents of chaos, little legends. Navidson was a little legend, but the legend he wrote was fucking, my God, he was such a little prick. But he was great. And yeah, lived to be 8.5. Bless him. He was by the end, like ferrets have terrible eyesight anyway, but he was fully blind, and sort of very slow and rickety by the end of his life. There was one time he was sort of in the kitchen, just like being an ancient ferret, and then we cracked an egg on the other side of the room for him, and suddenly he was just like, and just like scuttled across the floor. He was brilliant. Claire de Bear has done a super chat saying, "My mum is currently going through chemo treatment. I'm getting her to watch you and the Oxlot to pass the time with some niceness." Oh, Claire, that's so wonderful. Thank you. I really hope my mum's doing okay. I'm sorry to hear that she's unwell. And yeah, I hope that she gets a lot out of what she's watching. I hope she does actually enjoy it. Not that I'm suggesting you would force her to watch something she doesn't like, but I do fervently hope that she enjoys what she's seeing. If you could let her know, my mum is actually a cancer survivor herself. She had breast cancer when I was about 20, 21. And I remember her going through chemo, and it was hard. It was scary for everyone, I think. And being like 20 years old, I didn't really deal with it very well. I wasn't really there for her, and I still feel quite bad about that. Anyway, not to get too heavy, I think it's wonderful that you are there for your mum, and that you're like being so thoughtful in like suggesting stuff to help her out. And it truly means a lot that the stuff you're suggesting is stuff that I'm a part of. So thank you, genuinely. That is wonderful. Do pass on my very best, and best of luck to you all. Obviously you don't have to do it by the medium of super chats, but keep me posted, because I really hope she's doing all right. And yes, sorry, Winnie Forecast says, I'm glad your mum got better. Yeah, my mum is fine. She is strong as an ox. She is doing very well, and I'm very proud of her. And she popped into the chat the last time I did a charity stream, which was fun. And the first charity stream I did, which was a whole year ago now, when somebody paid me money to drop the C-bomb. To be honest, she'd heard me drop it so many times in the past, so it wasn't a surprise for her, but still. Oh, Claire says she was the 70-year-old I sent a picture of on Twitter a few weeks ago with a picture of Aloy outside game. Yeah, I remember. That's brilliant. Will says we've got 10 sign-ups now for a very Chiodini Christmas. On the Discord there's a Secret Santa in the offing that Will is very kindly organising. So yeah, if you're part of the Discord, get on there, and you too can take part in a Secret Santa, of which the agreed budget is no more than £15. Or we will come and tickle your feet. Whew. We're getting there slowly but surely. I think once I actually block in the jet plume, then that'll make this look a lot different. Right. Where were we? No, seriously, what was I painting? There we go. God, I'm in trouble. Just had a week where all I did was sleep. How am I struggling so much on stream? Winnie Forecast says, can we get a link to the Discord here? So the Discord, I'm afraid, is just for people who sign up via the Patreon. It's patreon.com/Johnny Chiodini. The lowest tier is £3 a month, and rumour has it that whoever created that server is very, very bad at kicking people off if they default on their Patreon payments. So I don't know if that's true. So Anonymous says £15 of bisque coming up. This is why I'm not signing up. Oh, nice. Which says, I'm glad you're feeling a bit better there, Johnny. Keo streamies have been missed a lot in this house. Thank you very much, Sarah. That means a lot. It's been a shit week. And I'm still not all the way back on top. But I've been worse. And it's going to take more than that to get me to stop streaming. Absolute nonsense. Stop threatening me with bisques, all of you. A Revolver Rock says, I know you want it to be a jet plume, but what if it was brown? Well, that would just look like poo. And I think you know that, especially given the texture I've given on this putty. So, respectfully, I'm not going to do that. Oh, dear. West Coast Weaver says, sweet chili bisque, because somebody already threatened that. No, you're the first, West Coast Weaver. Thank you. Oh, goodness. Alex, the coolest Yukis, says, I think the brown would add to this model's character arc. Undoubtedly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna fault you there, but yeah, man. What about photos of bisque? Stop it, all of you. Stop. Burrito's done another super chat saying, what if I used a pseudonym for post and you received bisque from bismuth? It'd be meta. I just looked up bismuth for the first time and it's gorgeous. I think, honestly, sending bisque under a nom de plume is more threatening than sending it with your actual name. So, Corvus Albright says, as I originally hail from New Orleans, would you accept gumbo in lieu of bisque? You know, I would actually love to try gumbo, but please don't post me any. I would dearly love to see what New Orleans is like, because it sounds bloody brilliant and really atmospheric, and you know, I'd just be very intrigued to see it, because it just sounds unlike anywhere else I've been in the States. And also, I think the cooking would be right up my alley. I still think about the time when I went to, it was actually in Philadelphia at PAX Unplugged, so certainly not near New Orleans, but I went to a place that was like, like it was meant to be like, like deep south cooking, and like I think it was priding itself on sort of doing Creole stuff. So I was having like an alligator sausage breakfast sandwich, and even the coffee was spiced. Like they had a blend with chili in it. It was great. No, it wasn't sweet. Before anyone asks. Frank Rodriguez has done a super chat saying, "Told you, Johnny, forever. The bisque meta has begun." Yeah, seems that way. Why didn't I listen? Beware the Ides of March. Fly not too close to the sun, Icarus, etc., etc. Oh well. Here I am, just painting yet more pale sand onto a model. Zega Genesis has done a super chat saying, "Talking about soup is risky business." Risky business? Risky business. Risky bisqueness. Fuck. And Jay Cashmere has done a super chat saying, "Curious if the name Naverton is a House of Leaves reference." I love that book. It is. To be honest, like that book is a big reason, a big part of the reason my wife and I are together. I borrowed her copy and read it when I was a teen, and talking about it kind of over MSN Messenger gave me a good excuse to just keep talking to her. And here we are, many years later. My copy of House of Leaves is... Oh, I think it's behind the picture of Watson, which you can't see. It's over there. I got a copy. I also loved Only Revolutions. I thought it was great. I didn't get far with Familiars, if that's even what the next one was called. But yeah. But yeah, I've read Only Revolutions a few times. I've read House of Leaves 1.5 times. I keep meaning to go back and actually properly read it again. But yeah. Okay. We're getting there. It's practically based now, which is lovely. I sort of need to do a bit more up there and another coat there. Oh god, and the face is dreadful. We'll fix your face, Grombrindal. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. Oh, I need to do a couple of leather details. All right, we are getting there though. That's good. Oh, Emma Benton says, "I made a dog park on my AC island and I think I'll name it after Watson. It is her dog park now." Thank you. That's really lovely. Aiden Folk says, "Is it the same copy you borrowed?" No, it's a copy I bought in the States because I could get the one where the cover is slightly smaller than the rest of the pages and some of the letters are purple. But my wife's copy is still here and it's all annotated and stuff, and it's very cool. Oh, Cheerful Spider says, "Well, I've just created a Patreon for the sole purpose of signing on to support Johnny and babble at you lot in the Discord." Thank you very much, Cheerful Spider. Welcome aboard. It's a fun Discord. We talk about a lot of things. When you get in there, you'll see that there are a lot of channels, like a lot. But hopefully you'll agree that they are at least moderately well subdivided into categories where you can find what you want to talk about. But Introduce Yourself and General are excellent places to start. Don't know why I said that like I was reading out the shipping forecast, but there it is. Right, more pale sand. Friar Chris says, "Every time you talk about bisque, all I can think of is the fancy ones from the hotel I used to work at," with a crying emoji. "Tomato lobster bisque, butternut squash soup. Ooh, cauliflower and truffle bisque. Lovely. And a really big urge for broccoli and Stilton soup today." It's a good story, wasn't it? Okay. Yasmin Worry says, "I'm back. Are we talking about books? If so, I recommend Tupotot. T-P-O-T-O-T. The postman often taps and then taps." What is Tupotot? The Pursuit of the original trifle. Time passes only to our thinking. What is TPOTOT? The postman often taps only thrice, says Mancoy. Beno42 says, I recently read The Starless Sea and I loved that. I really liked that book. I got, toward the end, I got a little frustrated because I just felt like none of the things that they were describing actually mattered. And I was like, come on, just get to the end. We know it's coming. The Priory of the Orange Tree. Thomas Tomasi says, I recommend the Wheel of Time series. It's only 14 books, should be a quick read. So it is The Priory of the Orange Tree. Well, that sounds good. That's a much more sensible title than any of the ones I throw out there. I've been tempted by the Wheel of Time, but that's a lot of books. I mean, at least they're out. Looking at you, George R.R. Martin, who doesn't care anymore. Like, he's not. I mean, if I were George R.R. Martin, would I knuckle down and try and finish the whole series? No. I'd be doing exactly what George R.R. Martin is doing, whatever he wants. Mancoy says, I still need to finish the Expanse books. The last one is out tomorrow. It is out tomorrow, and I'm going to read it. Which reminds me, I really need to finish the book I'm reading right now, which is Velvet Was the Night by Silvia Moreno Garcia. It's amazing. She wrote a book called Mexican Gothic, which is it's a pretty good horror book that kind of ticks over sort of like horror mystery almost in a way. This one though is absolutely brilliant. It's it's set in Mexico City in the 1970s when there's a lot of agitation where the president's goons are trying to flush out communists in universities and all that kind of stuff. And a girl goes missing, and her next door neighbor, a woman called Maita, I think, is drawn into searching for her, and it pulls her into a world of intrigue and all that kind of stuff. It's brilliant. It rattles along, and it's interesting because a lot of the book is obviously about moving the pieces around on the board before they eventually come together. And the thing is, all of the pieces are so brilliantly realised that it's a pleasure just to watch them move around. I think ordinarily I'd be like, come on, we know what's going to happen. We know that these two characters are going to meet, and that's going to be the crux of everything. Just get on with it. When are they going to get to the fireworks factory? Nah, it's just a pleasure to watch them just go around and be themselves. It is brilliant writing. What's I doing? Framed Mugshot says, of course the book talk begins just as I have to leave for a publishing industry work meeting. Have fun and keep recommending books to each other. Sorry, Framed Mugshot. There will be book talk again. I bloody love reading. Today, actually, I put a bag of discarded books I didn't want anymore in the lobby of the building in which I live, and the uptake's been pretty good. People have taken a whole bunch of them, which is nice. Well, no one's taken a copy of Northern Lights. I have 10 copies of Northern Lights. Actually, fewer than that now, but still more than 2 in the house. So I can afford to get rid of one. It's not like I don't like that book. I love it, but who doesn't take Northern Lights? Come here. Okay, so I'm gonna just try and strengthen up the colour on some more of this pale sand. Then we've got some orange to correct because I've accidentally overpainted at points. And then we've got to do just a couple of other details I missed. Fix his face. And then we can shade, which is looking good. Will says, hello, I don't rate his Dark Materials trilogy. Well, that's your opinion, to which you are entitled, Will. I love them. They hit at a very, the perfect time for me as a kid. I remember going to my English teacher and being like, what can I read? Because I'm bored of everything that's for my age. And she recommended his Dark Materials. And The Amber Spyglass wasn't out yet at that point. So then I was waiting for it, and then it arrived, and I read it, and it was bloody great. So, like, it just got me. I think they're great books. I'm very much enjoying the Book of Dust as well. They've actually made La Belle Sauvage into a play, and I'm kind of intrigued. I don't know whether to go see it or not, because I loved that book. But I'm slightly worried that if I go and see it, I'll just sit there thinking, I wish I was at home reading the book. So I might ask my friend, who's also a big Pullman fan, if he fancies going, and we'll see. Anyway. Will says, I think I bought them a little too early. They were just overly complex for what I was ready for, and by the time I would have been the right age, Discworld had happened, and that was what I was reading. That is entirely fair, Will. I didn't read Discworld at all growing up, because I tried to read Johnny and the Bomb when I was a kid, and I was like, meh. So then I just didn't try any other Pratchett. So I started reading Discworld 6 years ago now, and I was just sat there thinking, like, where's this been all my life? Like, why didn't I read this sooner? But also, it's really lovely to discover it the first time as an adult, I think. Because, like, sometimes I'll reread something and it'll be like, a new joke. I didn't get that joke because I was too young as a child. But also, it doesn't land as well because the book itself is so familiar, if that makes sense. It's like discovering something new and something you know like the back of your hand is intriguing, but it's not as much fun as the delight of not having known that any of it was there. That's the way I think about it anyway. God, I like talking about books. It's almost like I did a degree in them. Okay. Emma Benton says, I read the Percy Jackson series last summer and now I completely understand why fans were so upset about the movies. I've never seen the movies or read the books, so intriguing. Aidan Folk says, I was put off Pratchett by the cover art. The Hogfather on Sky pulled me in. Yeah, the cover art on a lot of the Discworld novels is... it's bloody distinctive. You know it's a Discworld book. I don't love it, to be honest. I'm not even sure I like it. I hear where you're coming from with that. But yeah, it's distinctive. Thomas Tomasi says, what about the Gentleman Bastard sequence? Anyone like that? I've got the Wicked Sisters tattooed on my chest because I fucking love those books. And I will wait for as long as is necessary for the Thought of Ember Lane to come out because I think Scott Lynch is amazing. And deserves to be given time enough to get his head in the right place to put it out. So yeah. Semantic Poetry says, oh god, the Discworld covers are hideous. See, I think a lot of people love them, and because they're so acutely tied into their nostalgia. And I can totally understand that. Oof. Linnorn's in the chat and says, ahoy hoy. Hello. Oops. So what's everyone's favourite sort of series of Discworld books, and why is it the Sam Vimes arc? Because that's certainly my favourite. Are we painting Grombrindal's face poorly? Yes, we are. I keep meaning to watch the Citadel masterclass on how to do faces. And suffice it to say, I haven't seen it yet. I'll show you a close-up of how we're getting on so far. So, it's base coating, so it looks quite flat. But that's where we are with it so far. Brian Shona says witches is the correct answer. They're very good. I think I just love the guards ones so much. Talking of authors, though, that haven't put out a book in a while, how about that Patrick Rothfuss, huh? Please. The Kingkiller Chronicle. We'd like to finish it. Sarah Burke's got a bunch of doctor appointments today, and so is going to watch on catch up. Take care, Sarah. I hope they all go smoothly, and if you're watching this in the future, greetings. I hope things went well. Right, okay, that's not terrible. Let's do another coat on his eyebrows. Hannah Axelson, oh, this is going to be good. Hannah Axelson says, speaking of books, I'm curious, how does everyone sort their books? I'm a traditionalist, so it's by author's last name. Association for me. So, my bookcase. Hang on, let me paint this dwarf's eyebrows, and then I'll talk about my bookcase. I didn't mean to take a vow of silence until I've painted the dwarf's eyebrows, but that seems to be the way we're going with this. Don't get your head too close to the mic, Johnny. Your music will bleed through, and somebody from a record label will kick your door in. Okay, right. So, let's zoom out, shall we? Oopsie. Okay. Okie dokie, so this is all by association. Up there at the very top, we've got books that are pure sentimental value. So we've got my grandfather's second editions of J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. We've got some of my surviving textbooks from university, including the Cambridge Old English Reader, several editions of Beowulf, Moby Dick, Leviathan by Philip Hoare, and then the His Dark Materials trilogy. Below that, we've got other books I like. So we've got The Book of Dust, we've got Christian Donlan's The Unmapped Mind. These are all books that basically, bang, they're like all books I cherish that aren't really fantasy. A lot of them are factual, actually. So we've got like a few books on pirates that I've read when I was researching pirates for a thing. Then down here, we've got lots of fantasies. We've got Robin Hobb, like God's Grave and all that kind of stuff. Below that, that's the Expanse books, and then the last two shelves are just RPGs. And that is basically, it's like my personal bookshelf, because we actually have bookshelves, or book storage at least, in the living room of the house. That's where most of our books are, because we've got loads. Because my wife and I both have degrees in English literature and language. I think hers is just lit, but I wish mine had just been lit. But yeah, so that's how I've organised those. It's purely just based on where I want them to be, based on how much I like them. No rhyme or reason. I had a friend who used to organise them by height and colour, which was beautiful but annoying as a reference. It was gorgeous, though. You go around to his house after he'd done it and just be like, wow. Mabel Teacher says I once got sent a copy of a Beowulf translation by a random person. It was weird. That is weird. And also, like, if I may say so, horribly arrogant. Because I've translated a fair amount of Beowulf. would I share those translations with anybody? No, they're fucking terrible. I found my dissertation the other day, or the other week rather, and read through the appendices, which was all my own translation work, and oh my god. I found a couple of old essays as well from studying Old English. My lecturers were not kind in their comments, but they were also absolutely right. Ooh, that was my shoulder. What did I need? What was that? What was I looking for? Need to do the smoke plume, sure. Brown. There we go. Thomas Tomasi says, laughing my ass off. Most of my writing is too bad to share. I don't know about that. I mean, it's terrifying sharing your own writing. When I say that my translation work was too poor to share, I mean that it was... I had some weird and arrogant ideas about how Old English should be translated, and I think I thought I was a genius. And I've read it back, and no. No, I wasn't. I was misguided. But I'm sure your writing is not too bad to share. Like, if you put yourself into it, someone's going to find merit in it, you know? Lucy Mama says, every time I read my high school essays, I die a little inside. God, I was a self-righteous 15-year-old. Oh, 15-year-olds are meant to be self-righteous, though, aren't they? Come on. They're meant to treat everyone over the age of 25 as if they are just a burden on society, you know, and that they are too stupid to function, that they are too old-fashioned and outdated to be worth their time. That's just what 15-year-olds are meant to do. Because it's funny, it makes them bearable when they're like, oh my god, it's so dreadful. It's like, you're gonna, okay, wait till you see yourself in a 15-year-old when you're in my position. Although I really fucked up in conversation a couple of weeks ago with somebody. I was out catching up with a friend who was there with his wife and his sister-in-law, who is a good deal younger, and she brought some friends. And I got talking to one of their friends, and she was great. Like she was really cool. She was like 23, I think. We got on well, so we were just chatting away. And then at one point, we were talking about like cringeworthy stuff we'd done as teens, and I was like, I tried to reference being like, ha ha ha, like on MySpace where people used to list all the bands they liked as if that was an excellent summation of their personality. But I caught myself before that happened, and I was like, oh, she probably wasn't on MySpace. So I asked if she'd been on MySpace, which she hadn't, obviously, but the way I asked made me just seem absolutely ancient and inept. I was like, I mean, I'm assuming, is it wrong of me to presume that perhaps you're too young to have been on MySpace? She was like, yeah, you fucking weird dinosaur. I was like, yeah, okay, all right. And then I persisted. I was like, well, let me tell you that we used to write down the bands we liked. You know, the Monkees. It was awful. So there you go. You're talking about cringing at your 15-year-old essays. I'm cringing at something I did 10 days ago. There's hope for all of you. I just got the WhatsApp notification in my ear, which means I've probably got a judgmental message from my wife. No. I'd be judging me if I'd heard that. Okay. There we go, little dot at the top. Mancoy says, I think people still do that on Tinder. Really? Amazing. About me. Don't even try. You'll never get to know me. My Chemical Romance, Taking Back Sunday, AFI. Oh no, you'd always alphabetise it, wouldn't you? No, you wouldn't actually. Mine was always the Smashing Pumpkins. I was like, they've got to be at the top. They're the most important thing to me in the world. Now I don't listen to them because Billy Corgan's a dickhead. Right. Oh, you can link your Spotify into Tinder. Fascinating. Learning so much. Shamari Wallace says, I've deleted all my writing from when I was 15. I hated cliches and wanted to avoid them at all costs, which made for some fucking torturous prose. That's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes you're like, oh, I can't use that turn of phrase. It's a turn of phrase. It's like, yeah, but it's a turn of phrase that's useful. Okay. Let's see. No, that's not the right grey. Is this what I want? No, that's Dark Reaper. It could work. I tidied my desk a while ago. This is why you don't do it. You put all your paints away. You'll never know where any of them... There it is. Any of them are. Stop everything. Grumble says, when I was 15, I wrote a series about a sentient houseplant and her love interest, an airline pilot. Is that weird? Maybe. But it had fans. I love it. I love it. What a forbidden... What an unrequited love. How did... The pilot presumably is away a lot. How did they meet? How did they fall in? Was it the pilot's houseplant? Where was the houseplant, Grumble? I need to know. I need to know. Oh God, what a terrible tragedy. The airline pilot is... Sadly, it was lost to time, but it was amazing. They got together. Oh no, they got married. Yeah, Cheerful Spider says, big assumption that it's unrequited. Yeah, fair enough. Wow. The houseplant was his friends, I think. Fair enough, Grumble. But what a... God. What a fascinating story for these modern times, because the pilot is pumping out thousands and thousands of tons of CO2 every year. And this is just one houseplant. It can't deal with all that carbon. God, it's like they're keeping each other alive, but they're not. And also, he's away a lot because he's... Grumble, that's made my week. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm sorry that I'm deep diving into it, but it's because I'm fascinated. It was on a very old community forum. It doesn't exist anymore. Sorry, everybody. That's all right, Grumble. Like the Library of Alexandria, it'll never not be a tragedy that we don't that we don't have it. But it existed once, and isn't that a beautiful thing? I'm, to be very clear, not laughing at you, Grumble. This is fucking amazing. Like, I am delighted that that was a thing. Oh God. Oh. What a brilliant idea, though. Like, oh. And you know what? Love conquers all. They got married. You know? Oh. Fuck. Wow. Okay. Oh. It's like my friend has a podcast called A Pocket Full of Why, and it's brilliant. They are great. It's my friend Hannah and their very good friend Charlotte. I've talked about it before because it's fucking brilliant. But Hannah used to write like a love fiction. They had kids. The houseplant and the pilot had kids. That's amazing. Were they just sort of like a spider plant, where they're just bits that sort of dropped off that you could then pot out? But I can't remember the name of Hannah's fiction, but Hannah was actually good enough to bring some of it in because they still had it, and read out excerpts on the podcast, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard, because it's two really good friends just getting all giggly about it, but also it's such earnest teenage fiction. And I believe Hannah was like co-writing it with a friend of theirs, and they obviously had different ideas about how it should go. So the writing style is like broad. It's very cool. Grumble says it was 16 years ago. I can't remember. I think it might have been a fern. Well, sproutlings, and he adopted them. Good. I'm glad he's not a deadbeat pilot dad. Oh God. You know what? Like, God, humans are brilliant sometimes. Like, that is... I value the creation of that so much higher than anything Elon Musk has done. Anything. Oh, it's a car that's mostly aluminium that bursts into flames. And it's made by one of the most arrogant men in the world, who was a self-made billionaire because his parents owned a fucking sapphire mine in South Africa. Oh, love Tesla. Fuck that. Give me a pilot falling in love with a fern any day. Right. Did I go off on one then? No, half off. One off, half cocked. That's fine. I'm trying to remember what my sort of weird fiction would have been. When I was a teenager, I started writing a gritty novel about like a dude who was like haunted by his sleep paralysis, because I was getting a lot of sleep paralysis at the time. But it was bad, and I abandoned it. And I definitely got rid of that notebook. Oh no, that's right. It wasn't fiction. It was poetry for me when I was a teenager. And I snuck the poetry book out of the house one time when I went back, and then I burned it because it was bad. But that's a story for another day. Okay, I think... Oh no, we need to layer the plume up a little bit more. Mancoy says, I wrote a short story when I was about 15 that actually had a decent core concept. Every now and again, I actually do a new, less terrible draft of it. That's brilliant, though. That's great. I mean, that's the thing, obviously, it's very easy for us all to be like, oh my God, I wrote this thing when I was a teenager, and it was bad. And like, yeah, that's a perfectly understandable impulse, because a lot of the stuff we write when we're teens, we go back and go, oh God. But it's nice when you can be like, oh, actually, this has got legs, and work on it. I mean, like, wankers always like to be like, look what Mozart did before Mozart was even 20, like blah, blah, blah. And sure, Mozart incredibly talented, but it also, there is a grain of truth in that, yeah, young people can produce brilliant stuff. So there. Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying, it should be noted that Elon Musk didn't found Tesla. He bought the rights to be considered the founder from the people who actually did. And he's never fucked a fern. as far as I'm aware. And this needs to be a lot lighter, this smoke plume. Yeah, let's get the old storm vermin fur out, shall we? Ah, Mancoy says my cat is dreaming in a sunbeam right now and it's very distracting. That sounds delightful. Watson was doing some really good sleep barks last night. When she does them, because she's got her mouth closed, she sounds like a little ray gun. She goes like, woof, but it kind of goes like, as it leaves. It's great. Okay. There we go. So I'm sort of starting to stipple on a lighter grey now, and then we're going to do that again with a slightly lighter grey, and yada yada yada. You know what painting's like. We'll get this looking like a smoke plume. Don't you worry. Oh, here we go. Aoife burns down a super sticker. The super sticker is of some sort of fruit. The fruit has a large and rounded underside. Its top, by comparison, is a lot smaller and is rounded also at the top. It seems to have some form of sentience. It's got limbs. It can carry itself around. We assume, because it's wearing shoes. But also it's reclining, propping itself up with one of its elbows, one of its arms. The other arm is waving frequently, while the fruit goes from sort of looking neutral to grinning. There's text above and below it. Above it says "How's it," and below it says "Going." So how's it going? How's it going? Seems to be the greeting that we've got going on today. So there we go. Sorry, it's a pear. Emma says, no, we know what pears are in this chat and on this channel. This is fair. Aidan Folks, meanwhile, has done a super sticker. It's of a hippopotamus in some sort of tactical suit, which is sort of, bizarrely, sort of green and lime green polka dot. I think it's meant to be camouflage, but it's also wearing sort of like a black body brace, and some boots and some tactical goggles, and I've been reliably informed before that when it does this, those are like military signals. I understand that this is like go, go. I've seen that in the movies. I don't know what this one is. It's not Sama Saran. So it basically looks like a hippo is I mean it looks like that. What do we even do with that? What I like about this hippo is that its ears are kind of bunched up behind its head because of the strap of the goggles. It's cute. It's like it's got them up in a little bun. So there we go. That's what the hippo's been doing. Yes, we were painting. That's what we were doing. Let's lighten up some of that grey with a bit of the old pale sand. So, ooh, that looks horrible. There we go. That's slightly better. That's still bad. There we go. That's it. That's what we want. Yeah. I'll try sort of apply this quite haphazardly, I think. Let's try and yeah. Make it look more plumy. There we go. Plumy, that's definitely a word, isn't it? might end up putting some cotton wool on this base or something to make it look like actual sort of like smoke. Because right now it doesn't look amazing, does it? Okay, now this is a good base layer. Okay, and we're going to shade this and then paint more of it. It's fine. It's fine for a base coat. Yeah, that'll do. Right, we can shade this bastard. Hannah Axelson says, I'm someone who never got over writing fiction as a teen and who eventually got published 2 years ago now. What I'm saying is that there is hope for that pilot/Fern story to go big. I didn't know you were published, Hannah. What's the elevator pitch? If you want to share, you absolutely don't have to. But I'm intrigued as to what you have written. Mark Cohen says dry brushing could give a smoke effect. Yeah, it's very true. I always forget about dry brushing. I never do it anymore. Although you best believe I'm gonna do it for the Warcry terrain. Goodness me. Shamari Wallace says, Johnny, please, this is a family channel. Is it? Oh, God. It's news to me. Okay. All right. Let's get some shades out, shall we? What do we need? Seraphim Sepia. And I don't quite know what shade to use on his hair. Agrax is kind of my go-to. Oops. It was a short story about a time-travelling journalist that got published in the science fiction anthology. Yes, please. That sounds great. Was it called Press Pause? By any chance? Because cool. Benny42 says, I'm back from dinner. Is the houseplant story still going? No, unfortunately we did the Happily Ever Afters. But, oh, it's pretty good. Grumble, you've been an absolute... Apart, you ate several bowls of yarn, and then you gave me the best story I've ever heard. Incredible. Benny42 says, I see. Jack Word says, you've got Apothecary White, haven't you? Oh my god, that's a brilliant idea. Holy shit. Have I? That's Ard Coat. Where have you gone, you contrast bastard? What the fuck? Ceramite White. Okay, look for the taller ones now. It's upside down. What are we doing? What is going on? Is this it? Nope. Basically, Jack, yes. I do have a white contrast paint somewhere. And I'm going to keep looking for it, even though it's very boring to watch. But where it's gone, I don't know. Right, take that out. That's not it. Ceramite White, that's not it. I got Space Wolves Grey. Is that the one I meant? No, I got a lighter one. Pigeon Drab, Nightshade. Alison Vatterbar has done another super chat saying, "Hey Johnny, headed out to take a nap, but thanks for the chill vibes today as I rest from completing 2 Spartan races this past weekend." 2? Alison, that is a lot. I mean, I've never done one of them. Fucking got it. Two Spartan races. That is absolutely preposterous. Well done. Congratulations. Jack Wood says it will need to be shaken like it owes you money. Yes, I mean, it was grey on top, which is why I didn't notice, because that's what I was looking for. Take care, Alison. You have earned that nap, I dare say, and I hope you enjoy it. Where's my money, Apothecary White? Joshua Dupree says it's a shakedown, like the heist in Blades in the Dark. Thanks for getting me hooked on that RPG, by the way, Johnny. You are more than welcome, Joshua. It is a great RPG. Sailing K's mum asks if I'm making cocktails. No, I'm not. I mean, Mark Cohen says this is why I have a ball bearing in my Apothecary White. Yeah. Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying, "So is the White Dwarf named for its stool?" No, Titan Uranus, this is not. Thank you, though. Yeah, that'll do. That's pretty well mixed. Seems alright. Anton Jigblad says, "Howdy, Johnny." Doing alright, thanks. How are you? I hope you're well. Dr. Brangar says there has to be a nerdy bar out there that's made a paint water cocktail. Maybe. Ooh, Laura B says, "I got the solo journaling RPG Broken Cask as a gift. Has anyone ever tried it?" No, never. I've never even heard of Broken Cask, but I would like to know. I'm very much intrigued. Right, time to use a contrast as a wash, which is basically what they are anyway. They're turbo washes. Come on, let's be serious. Jack, you're a genius. Thank you. I'm learning so much today. Shake it like it owes me money. Then I'm going to use it like a turbo wash. Hey. Oh, that's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. What a fascinating modern age we live in. Jack, I owe you a drink. Wow. This guy. Look at the suddenly the depth in the hair and the beard. That's brilliant. God, how come I never thought of that? That's amazing. That is great. I don't want to push it too hard, but yep. That's great. Well. Ah, Laura B says you run a tavern and adventurers and locals frequent it. Yes, please. Let's do that. That's great. Will says, oh my god, there's no way that's 2 paints. 2 brilliant paints, but yeah, that's 2 paints. I'll absolutely take that. Okay, so then I remember what we do. Jack Wood says, I'll take you up on that. Done. Broken cask. I need to remember this. Hang on. I'm going to write that down. I'm also solitaire innkeeping role-playing game. Nice. Sega Genesis makes a good point. Broken Cask sounds like Moonlighter, the video game where you play a shopkeep in a town with a horrible dungeon in it. That game is really good fun. I didn't play it very much, but I like it a lot. So my neighbours on my floor are pretty cool, actually. Like, we all get on. Some of them have found out what I do and are really keen for me to run an RPG for them. And they've, because it's the game everyone knows, they've been like, oh, run D&D for us. And, I've said this before, it's no secret. I don't actually think D&D is that beginner friendly. So I'm thinking about running something more rules light. But I also know that basically the one who is most excited is like, I want to be a wizard. Like, if he could be a wizard in real life, he would. He really feels like the greatest tragedy that's ever happened to him is that magic isn't real. So I'm trying to find a game that still has magic but is rules lighter. And I'm thinking, even though it's kind of dark and magic has sort of pitfalls, maybe Merkburg? I don't know. I've never run it, so I don't know if it's that beginner friendly or not. But I'm going to make everyone's characters for them and stuff, so it's going to be like 0 prep for them. But Vortex system is pretty beginner friendly. Black Hack? What's Black Hack? Oh, Kids on Brooms. There's a great RPG, Johnny, I'd recommend. Yeah, Kids on Brooms isn't bad. Try Fantasy World, powered by the Apocalypse Fantasy. Interesting. Okay, Merkburg isn't that beginner friendly at all. Right, I'll sack that idea off then. I only thought about it because I backed Fiskburg and it arrived today. Mandatory quest mentions as Revolver. Yeah, quest is good, but I wonder if for basically a bunch of late 20s people, it might not be. If they might not be this is too random. I think they would like stats. I think they're going to want to go in being like, I am the barbarian and I yammer yammer yammer. Apparently there are a bunch of Powered by the Apocalypse fantasy settings. Is Powered by the Apocalypse the same? This is going to sound stupid, but is this the same as Apocalypse World? Is it Apocalypse World? I think it is. I didn't like that game, so I don't know. Spire Heart. Ooh, shit. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's a wizard and your flavour of wizard is I found magic in a bin. I should just, yeah, alright. Yeah, perfect. Oh, it's the same as Blaze in the Dark. Okay, cool. So, anyway, I'm shading the cream bits now. By the way, hello. Taipei says, hello from Oregon State University, currently working on my graduate robotics class homework while still an undergraduate. How does that work? Oh, does it just mean that you're taking an advanced class? I don't know why I thought you'd managed to hack your way into a part of the world you hadn't leveled up enough for. I apparently am very tired, despite the fact I just spent a week asleep. Hello. It's nice to chat to you. Mouse guard. I think, knowing my neighbours, I think they might find mouse guard one leap too far. Logic wise, I think they'd be like, wait, and we're what? I should look into heart. I really should look into heart. I've been meaning to for the longest time. This is a great excuse. But do keep the recommendations coming, because I know a lot of you are getting some good recs out of this. Good recs. Shut up, Johnny. Oh, I missed a step. I completely missed a step with this model. Did I? No, I didn't. It's okay. Cool. Phase rip. Frame Mugshot says, I tried Night Witches recently and I really liked it. It's another Powered by the Apocalypse, but it's about an all-female squad in the Soviet Air Force. Yeah, I backed that on Kickstarter years ago. I do have a copy. What a gorgeous game. And an amazing story as well. The Night Witches were an incredible squad. Right. That's the Seraphim Sepia. You know what? I'm really... Thunder Cookie says I can recommend Must Be Tuesday. It's Gumshoe meets Buffy. Also, there's no designated GM. Everyone at the table gets to host a session. Interesting. Some friends have had a good time with Monster of the Week, although I think they said you level up too fast or something. Phase Rip is the nickname for the old marble RPG. There we go. No, brain's gone. Sorry, everyone. Oh, that's right. I would love to run a campaign of Band of Blades sometime. But as ever, it's about finding the time. I've got 2 Deadlands campaigns that have stalled that I'm running, and I'm playing in one that has stalled. It's just hard to find the time so often, especially if, the people playing do sort of different sorts of jobs, because some people will only be free in the daytime on weekdays, and some people are only free in the evenings, blah, blah. But RPGs are pretty great. Bunbury says, I like Kids on Brooms. There are no set spells. Players describe what effect they want to happen, and the GM gauges how difficult it is to cast and what attribute to roll. Amazing. That sounds brilliant. I mean, if I may ask, obviously the whole Kids on Brooms sort of... The sound of things from where I'm sitting sounds quite a lot like Harry Potter, which I've never read and don't want to, and I have strong opinions about the author, shall we say. If I run this RPG, am I just inviting a constant stream of references, or is it basically a Harry Potter RPG? Wink wink, nudge nudge. That is my main concern. No, you are not. Okay, cool. You could probably spin it close to Stranger Things. You're set in the town and school as you go. Okay, good. I mean, there's Kids on Bikes, which is sort of the Stranger Things version, isn't it? Oh, man. Yeah. Liquid Talent. The Make Look Good Water has done it again. Although, shit. That's an overspill. Okay. Only has to be close enough to reel in the references. Okay, well, I will put that on the maybe pile as well then. Because I want there to be, basically, I want to spend as little time going like, so the first thing you need to understand to my neighbours as possible. I want to just get in there. And the idea of them just describing what the spell's like sounds great, because I love, one of my favourite things to do in an RPG is when someone succeeds and I go, describe it to me, what happens? And they just get to take the ball and run with it. So if they're describing their own shit, that sounds perfect. So I'll have a look. All right, I'm going to write this down actually. Heart. Kids on brooms. Kids on bikes? Question mark. Thanks everyone, this is really useful. Works pretty well in Nox Venture, says No Surrender. Yeah, I see you've noticed. I just like doing it. It's something I picked up from my first gem. My friend Joe, who has guested on a few streams on this here channel and is an absolutely delightful human. I started out playing Deadlands and there was a huckster in the party and he would always be like, what does it look like? And said huckster would get super into describing what happened. And it was super inspiring. And that's when I was like, whoa, about role-playing, to be honest. So, here's how we're looking right now. I'm actually quite pleased with how the faces come out. Because faces I normally struggle with. Obviously, right now, the shade's still drying. But the cream bits are quite a lot now. They look quite garish, so I am going to pare that back with more cream. And I'm going to start working in a second orange, a brighter orange, blended in with the base coat I've done. So I'm going to go back in with the base coat orange and then start adding more and more of a brighter orange while reducing the amount of space I'm painting. And it should, in theory, make it look quite bright. In fact, I can show you. Where's a good one I've done? Where's Bobson? Bobson's a good example. I'll show you Bobson Dugnut again. Where's the focal point? There's a focal point. It should actually end up being a much brighter orange than we currently have, but still with some like tonal difference in there, so it looks more three-dimensional and less flat. That's the idea anyway. But yeah. Sorry. I really like the idea of broken cask. Oh, it looks really good. Interesting. Very interesting. Bumburius says in Kids on Brooms, part of character creation is picking a broom, which gives your character a bonus when riding it. That sounds pretty great. Oh, Ty P says, didn't have enough space in the last message, but you, Oxbox and Dicebreaker have rekindled my love of video and board games and help remind me to take time for myself and hang out with friends. Thanks. That's great. that's a really lovely like sort of thing that you're doing for yourself. Really, is like giving yourself permission to just chill and get back into the things that make you happy. I'm really pleased. I'm glad to have been a part of that, however big or small. Hermit Prime says, "Is that a Gravity Rip shirt you're wearing, Johnny?" Yes, it is. I love that RPG. Super. I mean, I'm permanently impressed by Luke Westaway in general, but oh yeah, I didn't shade the plume. Yeah, I think it's a great game, and so I bought a T-shirt, and it's actually one of my favourites. It's also just a nice looking shirt because Colin Craig is a great artist who also does the cover for Weird Tales of Adventure. Right, let's get some. I'm going to put some Nuln oil on that plume, and then you know what? It's unprecedented, but we might take a second little break because I have efficient kidneys, and could do with going to the toilet. I know you're all. Is that completely dried out? No. Okay. I know how much you appreciate updates like that, so. Right, so. Haven't used this in a while. Oh, Lucanthia says, I wrote an essay on Luke's album, basically a float for uni. He's so talented in everything. He really is. That's a lovely thing to write about. Defect says, you're in trouble if you don't go soon. Whee! "17 sign-ups. Yes, please." Okay. Alright. Nuln oil. Yeah, this is going to work. If I keep layering that up. Good. Wendy Forecast says, I'm back. COVID test was not as bad as I thought, which, yay. What did I miss? Congratulations on it not being as bad as you... Well done on getting through it, is what I'm trying to say. I'm glad it was not as bad as you feared. What did you miss? Some piss chat. And a bunch of painting. Basically. Talking of piss chat, or piss in general, I'm going to the toilet. So we're going to take another 5-minute break. Because you know what? We've earned one. So I'll be back in 5. You know the drill. Have a stretch, get some water, do what you need to do. Catch you back in 5. Bye. Hi, was that 5 minutes? Who even knows? But we're back now. Paul Howard says, time for me to drop out. Thank you for the stream. Later's all. Stay safe, have fun. Take care, Paul. It's entirely possible you've already gone, but still. Benny42 says, welcome back, Johnny. Hello, Benny. I hope you're well. ¿Qué tal? I was about to say como te llamas, but I know what your fucking name is. Oh. Ugh. What's that word? No, I don't remember any Spanish at all. What? Grumble says there's now houseplant / airline pilot fan art. Absolutely incredible. Oh my god. Anton Jigblad says, will you be streaming Elite again in the future? Yeah, I reckon, actually. That was a really good fun time. I enjoyed it a lot. I was slightly wired, but unlike today, I was a bit off the walls, but yeah, no, it was great fun, especially that bit where I blew up. Akira says, how much longer are you streaming for, Johnny? 55 of your Earth minutes. I've been tagged on Twitter. Oh, brilliant. Let's have a look at this then. Oh my god, it's amazing. Kay, that is absolutely incredible. I will retweet this. There we go. 93 Benjamin C. 93 Benjamin C. Says, any chance you've played Frostpunk, Johnny? No, I loved this War of Mine, so I was very intrigued by Frostpunk, and I've seen this on Game Pass, but I think just simply because this War of Mine was so heavy, there's not really any point at which I've been like, here we go, it's time. Like, let's really get into this and play some Frostpunk. I know that's I've never found the perfect time, but I should give it a bash because I know it's good. Let's see, yeah. Windy Forecast says, quick D&D pun / joke, just for fun. Why does leather armor make you better at sneaking? It's made of hide. Very good. Frostpunk is good, but who it doesn't pull any punches, says JT. Yep. Yeah, that sounds about right. Uh-oh. There we go. Sorry for deleting your message there, Alex. You used a word that it turns out isn't in our filtered terms, but should be because I find it to be classist. Not calling you a classist, but just so you know, please don't use that word. Thank you. Right, so now we're gonna avoid the recessed areas, but we're gonna start brightening up the orange again. Thanks, Will. Nice Witch says, I've forgotten how to play video games that aren't the Animal Crossing DLC. So, right. Nice Witch, maybe you can help me here, because I've been playing a lot of... Jazzy B says, have you revisited Hollow Knight since you streamed that? No, I've just had a lot on recently. But we'll definitely stream that again. Don't you worry. What was? Yeah, that's right. Animal Crossing, the DLC. Like, I don't dislike the villagers in Animal Crossing, right? You know, some of them I love, but I'm also not in the habit of doing loads for them. So, like, designing them holiday homes on spec. Would I enjoy that? I don't know if I would. I just don't know. So at the minute I'm just enjoying the new stuff like farming. For 14 says, "Oh no, Johnny and Ian streaming at the same time." Well, you know what? Ian is a bloody gem, and I wouldn't say. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I wouldn't begrudge anyone if they went to watch him. But also, I kind of feel like we've got very different offerings. So, like, you know, if you're up for more high octane stuff from Ian, that's the place to be. If you want super chill, then here we are. So, this is where I really like painting this color scheme, because in places like here, you start to get the lovely sort of recess bits and the nice sort of brighter orange out there. And it's just nice. It's relaxing to do. It's easy because it's big flat surfaces. Like, so you can see there. I've done some, and it gets built up a bit more. Jazzy B says, "I've got your stream on my phone while I play Forza Horizon 5 on my PC. Nice. Keep your eyes on the road, though. In fact, don't text while driving. Jazzy, come on. Honestly." I'm really tempted by Forza Horizon 5. I know it's on Game Pass. I don't drive, and I don't really play driving games. I have done in the past. Like, I loved, you know, for example, Beetle Adventure Racing as a child. God, that was a good game. But my friends are so jazzed about it. I'm like, well, maybe I'll learn to brake for corners. I mean, I loved all the Burnout games because you just drifted. But yeah. There we go. It's starting to build up this orange a bit more. I like this colour scheme a lot. Right, let's do that again on the... it's beautiful and plays great too. Oh, good. Oh, I see, Alex. Thank you for the explanation and for the context. Did not realise that was a thing. God, Burnout was so good though. Burnout 3 was great, says Alex Thorold. Yeah, it bloody was. That one was a real highlight. What was the mode where like you had a set piece and you had to like donk up as many... Straight up drop my brush. Had to donk up as many cars as possible in one go. Like in one big old pile up. Because at school, my friends and I played that obsessively. Eleanor says, "Are you feeling better, Johnny?" Largely, yes. I'm mostly back to my normal self. Although people who've been watching the stream for a while may disagree, because it's been a weird one. Not necessarily a bad one, but definitely a weird one. Don't know why I said that like a motor journalist, but there we go. What on earth am I listening to? Oh, don't know if you could hear Luna screaming in the background there. Mortal Koala says, "Someone else played Beetle Adventure Racing. I was convinced it was just me and my sister." Oh, it was so good. The level with the T-Rex that would pop out, the icy level where you discover a UFO. That was so good. What were the other ones? I mean, there was sort of the I remember so many of the shortcuts, but I can't remember many of the levels, which is weird. Yeah, God, I loved that game. In the end, I think I lent it to my friend and then never got it back. Not in a malicious way, but in a way that, like, 20 years later, I remember who still has my copy of Beetle Adventure Racing. Hopefully, but yeah. God, it's good. Why don't they bring that back? It's probably because Volkswagen isn't ready to bankroll another video game just to promote their cars to children. It was a weird concept for a game, but it was a good one. Polly Bandit says, "Oh boy, I am very late to the stream. What have I missed?" Also, hi Johnny in chat. So, hello. You've missed there not being very much paint on this model. It's a kit-bashed Grombrindal the White Dwarf. Ordinarily, he doesn't have a big whacking grey engine on his back and is sort of just standing there like that. But as you can see, I got a bit carried away and I've made him into a flying dwarf, and I've painted him. What have we discovered? Here are some two profound discoveries. As RV Dammit told me several times, Pro Acryl Bold Titanium White is amazing. And as Jack Wood pointed out, you can use Contrast Apothecary White as a shade on a white base coat, and it looks perfect. Oh, and we also discovered the greatest fiction ever written about a pilot and a houseplant. And there was quite a lot of chat about Bisk. The Nice Witch says, "What's Grombrindal's deal? Like, is he a cool guy?" He's amazing. So he's a dwarf, right? But so in Blood Bowl, you've got skills. Skills allow you to do different things. So, for example, there's a skill called Block, which means that when on a die you roll a bad result that is both players fall down when someone's trying to tackle someone else. If you roll that, both players go down. If you've got Block, you ignore that result, so they go down and you don't, which for dwarves is great because they're sturdy and it makes sense. And it's honestly, it's such a good asset for dwarves to have. Blah blah blah. So skills are things that that players can have, and it gives them abilities. Grombrindal has a bunch of skills, but also, if he is standing next to somebody once per turn, so 16 times a game, which is a lot, he can give a skill to somebody else. One of those skills allows the dwarf to basically have a really good shot at punching something in the face that is way, way bigger and stronger than them. It's a skill called Dauntless, and it is invaluable. When I was playing my last game, I was against Black Orcs, who are way stronger than dwarves, and there was a troll there in the team. He wasn't just watching. But basically, I had a line of dwarves, and normally they'd be really struggling against these opponents, but Grombrindal was there being like, "Go on, punch him in the face," and they'd be like, "Absolutely, I will." Smash. So the Nice Witch says, "Damn Grombrindal, go off." Accurate. That's it. Yeah. Huge. Nailed it. He's a very, very cool guy, which is why he costs, I think, 130,000 gold pieces to get him to play for you in a match. But you know what? He's earned that cheddar. You know, he's a legendary player. They named the magazine after him. Nice Witch, you know? Like, holy shit. But yeah, he's very good. And I really like Blood Bowl, and I'm very excited for Dungeon Bowl, in case that wasn't abundantly clear to chat. Okay. Da-na-na-na. In this house, we love and support Grombrindal. We absolutely do. Even if his name is very hard to say, I just refer to him as the White Dwarf, generally, because that's I don't trip up over that. Anyway, time to get the pale sand back out. A chartreuse goose says, I'm going to spend the next 6 weeks, brackets, I think, from Thursday to January the 4th, working at a Christmas market. I dislike Christmas. Well, you're certainly going to after these 6 weeks. Goodness me. Oh, good luck, a chartreuse goose. I hope it goes all right. Will quite reasonably says it's a better name than Celebrimbor. Fair. Chaos says it's time to take my son to bed. Catch you later. Take care, Chaos. I hope you have a lovely evening. Right. So, lots of very yellow looking model. Back in with the cream. Back on with the cream. And we're going to start just gently putting some of the cream back in. Don't know why I sounded like, shut up, Johnny, stop second guessing yourself. They said third guessing themselves. You see there on the pipe, just painting some of that cream. And that's what we're doing for this next step. Alex Harold says, I don't know what I thought bisque was going to be, but I wasn't expecting it to be soup. Yep. What did you... If you had to guess, what sort of thing did you think it was, if not a soup? Done the fin there. Actually, that needs to be needs a bit more, doesn't it? Yes, I remember why I like this scheme so much. I haven't painted it in ages. Well, apart from on the big ship, but... Yes, no, that looks fine. I was a bit worried it wasn't looking good. Ooh. Alex Sorrell says, I suppose I was guessing it was a gnarly red wine. I can see that. Like, oh my god, we were drinking bisque last night. It's a different kind of hangover, I think, a bisque hangover, if you drink enough of it to get hungover. Okay. Cream, cream, cream. There you go. A bit more depth to it. Laura B says, oh, so it's just a kind of soup. I'm fascinated, but we've spent hours talking about bisque. For a beautiful brief period, bisque existed as some sort of cryptid. I love it. People are great. God, that sounded condescending. Sorry. Sorry, I know I'm not really talking, but I'm... Yeah. I'm pleased with this. There it is. It's about 10 minutes after I first sang Cream, Cream, Cream. We've reached the point where I act surprised that I like what I've done. Because I was actually surprised, like pleasantly surprised, but you know what I mean. Nice Rich says, so, bisque versus chowder. I'm going to have to go with bisque, something I've never had, because I could eat it. Chowder, I can't. But that's just me. How about you, chat? Chowder seems good. I've seen people have chowder. The biscuits confuse me. Like, because on paper it's a nice idea. It's like, here are some croutons, effectively. You can customize how many croutons you have and the consistency. You can crush them up. Oh, you can have corn chowder. That's very true. But I just find it weird. I've sat next to Matt Jarvis, Icebreaker Editor-in-Chief, when we were at PAX Unplugged in must have been 2019. And he had ordered some chowder, and then they brought a little packet of the little biscuits, and he was like, okay, sort of crushed some of them up and put some of them in whole, and I don't know, it just threw me a little bit. Nothing like explicitly wrong with it. It just confused the shit out of me. Tiny Rona says, I bet Mr. Jarvis loves chowder. What a curiously strong opinion to have. He ate it. I think he liked it. I don't think he was blown away. He tried grits later that week and wasn't sold. I quite liked them, but was also quite glad that I'd got just potatoes because I was ravenous that morning. But I get it. I get grits. I understand. Cool. The cream is looking pretty decent, actually. Actually, quite happy to call that done. So what we're going to do is just focus on the orange, and then just do a sort of final highlight to his face, and he's going to be done. Oh, we do need to work on the plume. The plume. So I'm going to start really just building in some brighter colours here. Might end up dry brushing this, you know. There we go. Doesn't look very much like smoke, but I can work on that later. Let's just work on the actual main model. Why not? Which means it's time to break out The Troll Slayer orange. How many brushes do I now have? 3 brushes on my head. Fine. There it is. There we go. Brighter orange into darker orange. Yeah, that works. Good, good, good. Thank you everyone for letting me know that the kettle boiled. Alright, so we're going back over the orange, but now with an even brighter colour. But we're painting a smaller area. This is what is often referred to as layering. There you go. Pop. There that goes. Okay. Yep. Hopefully you can see the dome coming together there. Actually quite useful for me. Yeah, that needs to be done. Ba, 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 ba. Oh. Artemobale says my bird is obsessed with the sound of the kettle whistling. Interesting. What happens? Does said bird get very excited, or does said bird try and imitate the kettle? Tell us of this bird. Sounds fascinating. So that's the engine sort of layered up, and hopefully you can see like how much of a difference it makes between that and the tabard here, which I didn't go back in with the just the base color again, but you know what, we're just going to go for it because I've got 26 minutes. Yeah, 26 minutes to get this finished. I think if I hadn't stuck a massive engine on this model, I'd be paying more attention to this clothing because it's in a lovely kind of like quilted crisscross pattern. But most of that detail's lost because of this thing. So, oh, I didn't do this bit. Yeah. So there's simply less for me to sort of focus on there. So I'm going to phone it in a little bit because it's hardly visible. Shh, don't tell anyone. I feel like we're going to get this finished in very good time, which is good news. I'm pleased with this. Hooray. No bollocks. Oh yeah, I got some orange on these blades, so I'm going to just quickly fix that by taking out the pale sand. Everyone loves it. But then also I'm going to shade it again. And I think that's one of the things I learned first about painting minis is that, like, I was super worried about making a mistake. I was like, oh my god, fuck. And I would make mistakes because I'm human. And then I kind of realised that it's fine. You can just go back a step and fix it. And so my painting was a lot of seesawing between colours as I'd fix a bit, mess up a bit, fix a bit, mess up a bit. Excuse me. But then I just made fewer mistakes along the way. But you can always still just go back and do something again. Simon Rangus on a super chat saying, hi Skelly pals, feels like forever since I managed to catch a stream. Wanted to share the love as I started a new job as a lecturer at the uni I graduated from last year, fighting off imposter syndrome. Congratulations, Simon, that's great. I mean, like, you wouldn't be there if they didn't want you, and clearly you've got knowledge to impart. So, you know, obviously it's easy for me to say that. It's a completely different thing trying to actually get past imposter syndrome, but congratulations, that's amazing. I hope you settle in very well. At least you know your way around. No one has to show you where anything is. Although there's probably bits of the university you can access now that you couldn't before. Interesting. Like the secret tunnels. Are there secret tunnels, Simon? Don't super chat that, just tell me. Or if you can't tell me, wink. Okay, so from Sepia. I'm assuming everyone had like a secret tunnel rumour at their school, right? Like there were. Dr. Brangar says, why does every university have rumours of secret tunnels? My university didn't have rumours of secret tunnels. But my school did. There was supposedly a secret tunnel from somewhere beneath the main building of the school, all the way to the church in the town. Secret tunnel through the mountain. Through the mountain! Purdue apparently has literally miles of tunnels under the campus. Interesting. Oh, there were basement-y bits to my university. I will say, actually, there was a secret tunnel at my first place of work. My first proper place of work. When I worked at ITN, Independent Television News, which is on Gray's Inn Road in London, there is a tunnel you can take. Like, they've got a massive archive. Like a huge. I used to work in the basement. There's a sub basement, and it's massive, and it's like their whole footage archive. It was an amazing place to go when I had to retrieve tapes or whatever. But there's a corridor that if you go down it, you just pop up in a different building over the street. It's not a secret tunnel. There's no pass code or anything, and no one stops you. It's sort of just a lift you take, and then I can actually still remember the route, and I haven't done that in 10 years. Useful storage, Johnny. Well done. But yeah, secret tunnel. It was a thing. Alicia Freeman says, no rumours of a secret tunnel, but my high school had rumours of a pool in the basement and a hot tub on the 4th floor. Yes! Eva Byrne says, my school was prefabs, but there was a crawl space underneath. We had some of those. Because that was the problem, is there are secret tunnels, but they're not fun. I'll tell you what, there was a secret room that could only be accessed via the roof of the school. I'm not kidding. That pupils had been breaking into and carving their names in the wall of for hundreds of years. Like, I saw some graffiti in there from the 1870s. My school was old. So I managed to get in there once, and yeah, there was some graffiti that was done in proper like black letter, like, or what do you call it? Is it black letter or is it copper plate when it's like proper like flowing writing? These people knew how to. I mean, it was their handwriting. You do carve your own handwriting, but it was amazing. It was so intricate and just weird to be in a room being like, look, I'm scratching my name in the wall, but so did someone in the 19th century. It's very weird. Very weird. Tai P says, we also had a secret piano in the basement of my freshman dorms next door to the laundry room. Had someone jamming on that thing every now and then. That's lovely. RV Dammit says there's a bunch under the Guy's campus of King's College London. The classic steam tunnels for utilities. I mean, like, cursive. That's the one. Thank you, Maple Teachers. RV Dammit. I mean, so I went to King's, but I was on the Strand campus because I studied English. But we used to go carousing at the Guy's campus because it was a better student union. And like Guy's bar is like in way in the basement of that. It doesn't surprise me there's tunnels under Guy's, because there's also that sort of, oh no, the museum is above ground, isn't it? Anyway, but yeah. Alex Thorold says, I'm getting the impression that England is basically hollow underneath. Yes. Absolutely, yeah. Right, let's see. If he says my university had peacocks, wow. Ah, Harvey Dammit used to work at KCL. Huh. Fucking well. I mean, there absolutely are tunnels under Guys and Tommies. That's the underground. God damn it. I was at King's from 2006 to 2009, Harvey Dammit, so we may even have crossed paths unknowingly. Trust me, like, I wasn't much to chat to at that point, so you didn't miss much. All right, chat. If you could have a secret tunnel in your home, where would you put it and where would it go? Riddle me that. While I very gently add just a little more colour to this dwarf's cheeks. I think it might be because the sculpt actually has very strong facial features. I mean, look at this moustache. But I'm actually very pleased with this face. It's not award-winning, but I'm bad with painting faces, and I'm chuffed with this one. So that's good. Right, so I need to layer up the orange again. Simon Ragg says, tunnel to the nearest coffee supply. Fair. Jack Wood says, are we talking portal tunnels? No. We're talking specifically tunnels what have been dug, like the type that they allegedly had under my school and yours. Anonymous says, I have a one-room apartment on the 9th floor. Secret tunnels aren't really compatible with that. Hey, look, tunnels can incorporate massive slides. Other Naught says, either way, secret tunnel into the secret subway. Clever. BP Phantom says, their secret tunnel will go behind the fridge. And to my friends, all of them. Interesting. REC says, tunnel from the garden to the nearest board game cafe. I like that one. Garden's not one you think about that often. Where would mine be? I mean, everyone loves a secret bookcase door. But also, everyone expects one. And you have to keep the floor in front of it clear. Which, when you have a dog, and are me, in general, it's difficult. So, Metal Magpie says, I want to slide from my 3rd floor flat to the nearest Costa. Lovely. I used to dream of having a zip line from my flat to uni. But I don't have very much core strength, and it was quite a long way, so in retrospect... Actually, I did have more core strength then. Either way, it was a weird plan. There you go. Another bit of orange on there. I'm going to keep building this up. Mankoi says, secret mirror door to another apartment that's exactly like mine, but mirrored just to fuck with people. Oh, Dr. Brangar says, solution, secret bookcase door that opens in. Yeah. This is why I'll never be an evil genius. With my own secret lair. Alas. Unless I do the really evil thing of getting like a genius architect to design it and then I bump them off. But that's just like petty and weird. And eventually people are gonna notice. People are gonna sort of twig. They'll be like, you see that? Have you seen that guy who we know got hired to do some work at that guy's house? No, not since he did the work. And then suddenly your toilet breaks and no one wants to fix it. And that's why you shouldn't become a supervillain. Yep, a bit more orange. And a bit more orange. If he says bike tunnels would be awesome, avoid all the traffic. That is a great shout, actually, yeah. So, there's, under some parts of London, like between Mount Pleasant, which is sort of in Clerkenwell, near King's Cross, and Liverpool Street and Paddington. So pretty spread out, actually, in London. We're talking like sort of north central and out west, but still pretty central. And east, very near the river, there's a network, 6.5 mile network of tunnels that were ferrying post underground from sorting office to sorting office and helping Royal Mail deliver the mail across the city. These were decommissioned in like 2003, I think. And now there's a museum where you can go. It's the Postal Museum. You can go and take a ride in the underground rail tunnels, or once a month you can walk them on a special tour, which I did, and it was brilliant. But at one point they thought about turning it into a cycle superhighway. But the problem is that a lot of these tunnels, like, I'm 5'8" and I had to duck, so I don't think it would be brilliant for people on bikes. So they didn't do it in the end. But it was a cool plan. But then there's like a foot tunnel under the Thames at Greenwich, and it's pretty bleak. So maybe they just couldn't be bothered. I don't know. Either way, it's a good museum. If he says, I wanted to do that, but I couldn't book, try again. That's such a dickhead response. Do try again, though. I didn't mean that to be like, try again. But, like, if you try again, when I went, the group sizes on the actual walking tour are meant to be like 20. There were 5 of us. We went at 6:30 on a Wednesday evening, and there were 5 people. It was a super good tour because they were a bit more relaxed because there were 5 of us. We weren't jostling for space. It was brilliant. I can thoroughly recommend it. Copper Socks has done a super chat saying, just got back from a Japanese class. How are we all doing? We're doing all right, thank you, Copper Socks. We're kind of nearing the end of painting this model. It's very nearly done. This is Grombrindal, the White Dwarf. Doesn't normally have a dirty grey engine stuck to his back. He normally just looks like that, but I've done that with him and painted him up in the colours of the Barrack Skylad Corsairs, my Blood Bowl team. Just need to highlight that ball. I hope your Japanese class was good. Hats off to you for learning Japanese, frankly. I know it is not easy. A friend of mine is learning, and yeah, I've ultimate respect to anyone who sticks with it, to be honest. Okay. Benny42 has started a chant of lads, 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 but with sky in brackets. Sky, lads, sky, lads. Love it. I jokingly started referring to this Warhammer faction, the Carriage and Overlords, as Sky Lads back in 2017 when I started collecting them, and it kind of stuck. So Barrack Skylad is the city of Sky Lads. It is obviously not a real city. I invented it for the team, but they're the Barrack Skylad Corsairs, and that's what they are. There we go. Painted that ball. I'll paint the stitches in a moment. I'm really pleased with this, actually. This is one of the best things I've painted in a while. Not to toot my own horn, but toot toot. Alright, we're going to do one last little orange highlight with just pure Trollslayer orange. Because this paint is so bright as almost to be fluorescent. Tiny little highlight. It's not done much really, but I'll know it's there. You know what? Actually, yeah. Fuck it. Tiny last, very last bit of layering. Really gently, just putting a tiny last pop of colour in right in the middle of that, so it kind of builds up. I really love layering like this. It's just find it very relaxing actually. And I just like the effect you get off it. When each layer doesn't have to be that sort of delicate. It's not like an advanced technique, it's just one that takes a bunch of coats and just paying attention to where you're putting your brush. But it works. I am pleased. So the last thing I think we're going to do, I'm just going to dry brush this here. And then we'll probably just have time to varnish this sucker. Do I have anything to... 1 second. Excuse me. I like that the chat is now just discussing their ideal cities. That's nice. Mine would be London, but no Tories. Yeah, that's better. It's not, no, smoke plume's not come out quite as well as I hoped. Might dry brush this again, but lighter with white. In fact, I'm going to. So you can get a bit of paint on your brush. You basically wipe it off on a bit of tissue. There we go. And then you just start sort of almost like, you know, in the films where the archaeologists are brushing off a skull or whatever. You sort of do that, and the edges just start to take on a little bit of paint. It looks, people get the idea. It looks enough like a smoke plume, I hope. I think that'll do. Wash the dry brush. Right, and then it's time to varnish. With 2 minutes to go. Nice, nice, nice. Of course, the question is, where's my varnish? As you can see, I have a very efficient organising system. There it is. The system is that the things are right in front of me, but I don't see them until I've looked for a while. Jack Wood says, what varnish do you use? It's just Army Painter Anti-Shine Matte Varnish. I've not tried another one. I bought this ages ago and it's lasted. If there are other ones that are better, I'm intrigued. I would like to know, but this is all I have at the minute. I've certainly never tried spray-on varnishes. There seems to be the devil, or at least a large margin of error. There we go. Margin for error, excuse me. But I recently bought, I don't know if you're familiar with like Dirty Down Rust paint, because that's kind of, you wipe it off with water. It's really important to varnish it, but I think you might even need to use spray varnish specifically for that. So I'm a little bit like about it, but hey ho. Anyway, varnish time. Oh, I didn't paint the... Oh well, it's too late now. I didn't paint the laces on the football, and that's fine. Want to really make sure this bit gets some good varnish, because if he gets tackled and knocked down, he's going to be like that. And then if he gets stunned, he'll be face down. I need to do his face quite well. Blood Bowl. Scott Perkins says, finished painting for now, might do more tomorrow. Thank you again for being a constant inspection. Thank you very much, Scott. I hope the painting went all right, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. I'm about to stop myself, to be honest. I'm actually, you know, normally paint till 8. That's 8:01 actually. So, literally just going to finish varnishing this, and then I'll say a fond farewell to you all. I hope you've enjoyed this stream. Thank you so much for sticking with me. It was a bit of a weird one. I don't know what's wrong with me today, but apparently a lot. But we've had some fun all the same. So thank you for sticking around and chatting and super chatting and just generally being excellent. Oh god, I'm making your stream again. Here's what we ended up with. I'm going to slap some basing materials on this once I'm done with the stream. It's going to be very boring. And then I'm going to field this sucker on the line of scrimmage on Wednesday in the semi-finals of the Hot Bob League, Season 1. And hopefully he'll bring me some luck. So I'll let you know how that match goes, obviously, because I'll be back anyway on Thursday. Probably going to stream Let's Build a Zoo, because it's weird. And I think you'll have fun making decisions on my behalf. Probably terrible ones, because they're all moral quandaries. But yeah, like I say, thank you so much for tuning in. I really hope you enjoyed this. Take care of yourselves, and I will catch you very, very soon. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Goodbye.